What is up, chat? How you guys doing today? I think sound and everything should be all right. Let me know if everything's working out all right for you guys. Today's been a crazy day. Busy day between all the channels. I had technical difficulties doing my first live stream with my members for my basketball channel. So that inevitably delayed this stream. But I'm excited to get it started now. Metroid Prime is a game that is really kind of chill in its own way. Like, yeah, it's suspenseful, but the Prime games are also pretty chill with like the music and the slow scrolling screens and everything. And so, yeah, I figured might as well do it, even though it's later. Might be something relaxing for you guys. So let's go ahead and greet everybody in the chat. ID Munster says, "Look at this guy streaming for another week in a row. I'm here to stay, brother. Here to stay." Soundwave Superior 21 says 199. What's up, 199? Like the stream, nerds, says the Wayfarer. Appreciate it, Wayfarer. Retro Collective says, hey. Scutless says, hey, yo. NFI, what's up? What's up, NFI? Troubled Green, the beautiful Troubled Green. Appreciate it. Says, hit the like button and make sure you've got notifications turned on so you never miss a stream. Well said. So, yeah. I got to delete one of these. Let's delete... no, let's delete that one. Okay, starting from the top. How you guys doing tonight? So, I'm going to be playing through each of the Prime games, getting you guys up to speed. Maybe some of you guys haven't played Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3, but are interested in playing, or even watching someone play, Metroid Prime 4 when it comes out on December 4th. So, kind of getting you up to speed here. Maybe I'll even break down some of the story as I go through it, because I do know Metroid lore, especially the Prime lore, like the back of my hand. So, the entire Metroid Prime Trilogy takes place between Metroid Zero Mission / Metroid, the NES version, and Metroid 2 Return of Samus. So, Metroid Dread was really Metroid 5. Metroid Prime is kind of like a sub-series that is probably closer to Metroid 1.5, really. Because everything takes place between Metroid 1 and Metroid 2. TrumpTuber says, Zeltroid bro. Bro, how you doing? Retro Collective says, love Metroid Prime. Yes, I do. And I still, every time I boot up this remastered version, I'm always blown away by how beautiful it is. STR said, damn, I almost forgot you streamed today. Sorry I'm late. No. I was late, dude. I was very, very late because I had my first live stream for my members on my basketball channel, and that kept me there late. Plus, I was late to that because of technical issues. So, how you doing? Got a new PC, thank God. Heck yeah. I love Echoes, dude. I can't wait to get to Echoes. I love the story on Echoes. It's so good. Scutless says the amount of stuff that's been crammed between Metroid and Metroid 2 is kind of silly at this point. I got no complaints. Samus is a beast. She can handle it all. I get what you're saying, Scutless, but I don't know. I like it. Dude, the remaster is top tier, says Retro Collective. Agreed. I never played any Metroid games, says NFI. That's one of my favorite themes, one of my favorite sound effects. It's why I put it in my intro for Zeltroid. Now give us 2 and 3, Nintendo, says Soundwave. Right? Please, give us 2 and 3. Okay, I can't remember. Actually, let's do this. I'm pretty sure edit button mapping, load preset, Prime 1. There we go. Yeah, I have a Prime 1 set that I like. There we go. That's better. Okay. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. Yeah, 2 and 3 would be nice. TrumpTuber says, I bought Echoes on GNC, tested it, it worked, waited a year to actually play it, and it doesn't work. No. Oh, that sucks. There it is. So I have to press right on the control pad. We can wrap this game up in 4 hours, get to it. Yeah, but you don't want to rush perfection. This game's beautiful. I don't know if I want to rush it that much. So if I got to do two weeks worth of Metroid Prime, that's fine, because this game's beautiful and you gotta savor it, you know. So as I was saying, where this story picks up is immediately after Metroid Prime, Metroid on the NES / Metroid Zero Mission, which was the remake. Samus just took out Mother Brain and all of the space pirate hordes. But some of the space pirate frigates actually escaped. And so it's fair to assume that they're trying to regather their forces, even though their leader, Mother Brain, has been taken out, which was basically like this super advanced AI supercomputer thing. And to start the game, we got a distress signal leading us to one of these space frigates of the space pirates. That's where we're at now. As Samus kind of goes through it, we start scanning, and we start realizing that some terrible, terrible stuff happened here. Space pirates have been working on some crazy mutations with some unknown substance being used, which we'll learn more about that in a little bit. Let's see here. I've never beaten any Prime game, says ID Monster. Ayo, everyone in Zeltroid, says Lethal. Lethal, welcome in. Mammon says, thought he could stream on the members live and start gaming undetected. Bro ain't slick. Hey, man, I appreciate you being on my basketball member stream and this one as well. That means a lot. You are a big supporter. Waffle Boy Awful Ploy says, hey, Zeltroid, and thumbnail goes hard seeing the suit designs throughout the series. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for Prime 4. I don't care what everybody's saying. They're crying about the motorcycle and crying about a little bit of an open desert. Man, whatever. I bet the game's going to be awesome. I'll eat crow if I'm wrong, but I bet it's going to be awesome. But yeah, so far with Prime 4, the reactions have been very mixed. But from what I can tell, Metroid fans tend to be an emotional bunch. They tend to freak out quite a bit. By the way, I'm not going to try to do like a 100% scan run. Like, yes, I want to savor it and enjoy myself, but that's just like a little extra tedious, and we don't need that kind of anxiety in our lives. Samus gets distress signal, kills all people in distress. Intergalactic hero, by the way. Exactly. We need a Federation Force port. Delay for it. Retro says, I'm not pro bike. You know, Retro, would you have been pro bike if it was like a hover bike? Or is it just the like how it operates in general? It does feel like it's just like a little too grounded. Like, I hear you. I just think the game's going to be awesome regardless. It's not enough to make me like despair. A little worried it might be open world. I think there's going to be open areas based on what I'm seeing. But I think it's going to be like just a hub section. Like, kind of think of Ocarina of Time, Hyrule Field. I think it's going to work like that. So you'll be able to travel to different locations. But at the same time, not every location is immediately going to be accessible. I still think it's going to operate like a traditional Metroid game where you get to a missile door, a red missile door, and you don't have missiles, so you can't enter it, so you can't advance to this world. Or you don't have a power bomb, or you don't have a grapple beam, or all that sort of thing. I still think it's going to operate like that. You just might be able to like drive to that area and then be like, aw, damn, can't advance. If they don't do that, if it is completely open world in the way that like Breath of the Wild is open world, where you can go anywhere at any time, anywhere you want, like you can immediately just run to the final boss, I'll hate it. That's literally antithetical to what Metroid has always been, and it will no longer feel like a Metroid game. So hopefully not. Retro Collective says a hover bike would be more suitable. I agree. It just feels a little bit too grounded, but it's also keep in mind it's not Galactic Federation technology. Presumably it is Lamorne technology. So, and we don't really know like how advanced their tech is, like what the timeline is of that and everything. So I don't know. Maybe there's actually a decent explanation for it. We'll see. No, you got to play on GameCube, bro, says Quantum Toaster. I don't know, man. This just looks so good. When I play Metroid Prime 2, I will be playing that on my GameCube disc on my Wii. That's how that's going to go. And then obviously just Prime 3 on the Wii itself as well. NFI says, was playing Ocarina of Time Master Quest. I already beat the first 3 dungeons and collect the 16 heart pieces in the childhood era. Nice. Yeah, I'm still going to continue my Ocarina of Time Master Quest playthrough. Thursday nights are Zelda nights. Sunday nights are Metroid nights. So yeah, this upcoming Thursday, we continue that, and I'm just starting the adult era, so I'll be heading right to Kakariko Village and then the Forest Temple. Oh, I just love how good this remaster looks. ID Monster says, the bike should have had spheres for wheels. The Chozo's entire thing is spheres. Again, I don't think it's Chozo technology, though. Based on the fact that you get it with the red suit that has the eye on it, I don't think it's Chozo technology. I think it's Lemorne technology. So again, we know practically nothing about the Lemorne. So, but yes, a motorcycle for the Chozo would have felt very weird. You playing Other M, bro? No. Just sticking with the Prime Trilogy. Not saying I'll never stream Other M. I might one day. But this one is just going to be the Prime Trilogy because I feel like that's what you really got to play. Why are you closing on me? Seriously? Because I feel like that's really what you got to play leading up to Prime 4. I don't even actually know, like, how essential it's going to be to play Prime 1, 2, and 3 before 4. I kind of see it as a, you know, like a completely new era, because now we're kind of moving past Dark Samus and Phazon. But at the same time, there's time travel in Prime 4, so it is possible that there could be some really cool moments and some cool references that you will not understand if you don't play the other Prime games first. Quantum Toaster says, Other M anime soy. I agree. Not a big Other M fan, but whoever likes it, that's fine. It's just didn't feel like was not one of my favorites. Let's just say that. I'm not a big fan of the visor design in 4. It's very sharp compared to the normal visors she has. Yeah, I think that's to match the aesthetic of the suits, but yeah, it's definitely different for sure. Johnny, can we agree that the Ice Beam is the best beam? Yes, 100%. Ice Beam is best beam. And that goes back to, like, NES Metroid. Why are you always closing so abruptly on me? Like, chill. Yeah, Ice Beam's awesome. I remember skipping certain, in the 2D Metroid games, skipping certain beam power-ups because I just wanted the basic Ice Beam. Alright, so this is one of the space pirates' really screwed up experiments. The Parasite Queen. Again, been modified by some kind of organic parasitic substance that seems to make it hostile and overpowered. That's like the whole crux of the Metroid Prime Trilogy. We're going to find out about that substance pretty soon. So, looking forward to explaining it. The lore of these games is freaking rich, man. Retro Studios did such a good job adding so much depth to this franchise. But a lot of times people go through this game, I would argue most people go through this game not scanning all the logs and paying close attention, so a lot of people have no idea what the hell is actually going on. I didn't the first couple times I went through it, but now I just love it and eat it up. Thank you to the 27 people who's in here, now in classic Metroid form. We gotta get the hell out of here! Shout out to the Plasma Beams upgrade for being that thing, for being a thing that exists and isn't good. Oh, the flamethrower? The flamethrower, yeah, is awful. Honestly, most of the upgrades that you get, like the ice spreader, isn't that great. The flamethrower is definitely the worst. Wave Buster is probably the best out of all of them, other than the super missile, of course, for the power beam. Yeah, but there's a lot of ones that aren't great. Okay, where are we going? In the intro, you guys know how I'm always like playing music while it's saying starting soon, while I get the stream ready and give you guys a chance to get all in here. Usually I'm playing like really heavy music, intense music, but I figured for these later streams I should probably put like more chill, like soothing music, because I figured being a night owl, playing so many of these streams late at night, a lot of you guys are probably going to be like resting as you watch them. So I'm going to try to do a better job of making this like more relaxed stream, stuff that's good for the background and isn't going to be like jarring when you're trying to rest and that sort of thing. Scottless says, only real danger in this section is the parasite swarms that obstruct your vision. Yeah. They're like, even the thing that smashes like up against you in the tunnels, I don't think it like actually hurts you all that much. And like I said before, I'm not really going to be scanning all that much. Just because it's kind of tedious and I feel like bogs down the stream a little bit. I know enough of the lore to be able to explain it without doing all the scanning. I'll scan certain lores, but... Eddie Munster says, make a video on the best beam/upgrades in the series. You know what? That would be cool. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I want to do more of just that in general. More rankings videos for both Metroid and Zelda. I've said before, and I'm going to stick to it. Before Metroid Prime 4 drops, I'm actually going to do a video ranking all of the bosses. Hello, Zeltroid says, the 13 Gamer. Hello, the 13 Gamer. Turf Ferguson, welcome in. Scutless says, as a scanning addict, you disgust me. Well, it's just a streaming thing, man. And I've also scanned everything like 5 times over. All the times I've played through this game. God, I can't get over how sharp this all looks. Would I love to get Metroid Prime 2 and 3 remastered. God, would I love it. Honestly, I love it so much that even if I had to delay Prime 4 another year, I would ask them to do it. But probably not going to happen. Turd Ferguson says the ranking videos are cool. Yeah. Because it's a good way to also get people kind of interested and familiar a little bit with games that they haven't played in the series, which is probably most people. I don't think most Metroid fans have played all Metroid games. Same things with Zelda fans. I don't think they've played all Zelda games. So it's kind of cool to connect those dots and get people maybe a little bit interested in some other stuff. Oh, okay, it's just a timing thing. James, what's up, James? Good to see you in chat. Retro says, we waited too long for Prime 4. Yeah, it's really unfortunate now, too. Like, the wait for Prime 4 was so long that they spend the entire time, like, developing it for, like, Switch 1 hardware, which I think is why a lot of people are complaining that the game doesn't look as good as expected, because we expect it to look like Switch 2 sharp, Switch 2 fantastic. But at the same time, the game was designed for the Switch 1, so we'll see. But once we actually get our hands on it and see it on our own TVs and everything, who knows? Because even every video that's uploaded to YouTube gets, like, compressed, you know? So maybe it'll look a lot better when we're actually playing it at home. Come on. Now we up to 40 people in here. Thank you to everybody who's in here. You guys are awesome. Hopefully this is a nice, relaxing stream for you, enjoying one of the greatest trilogies of all time. So that right there isn't just Ridley, Samus's rival. That is Meta Ridley. Ridley was destroyed on a place called Norfair in Metroid 1. The space pirate found Meta Ridley and resuscitated him and turned him into a cyborg. He's one of the leaders of the space pirates. And according to the manga, if you consider the manga canon, which I lean more towards the manga is canon. I think most Metroid fans do. Um, Ridley is responsible for the death of Samus's mother. Very, very, very brutal, by the way, too. How it all went down. And so, yeah, Samus has every reason to hate Ridley with a burning passion. Greatest trilogy of all time? All right, Bubsy time. For me, it's the Prime Trilogy and the Halo Trilogy. Those are my greatest trilogies for video games. The evolution of Samus's ships, also a good video. Yeah, I agree with that. That would be good too. To be honest, I thought Samus is a man for the first time seeing her in Super Smash Bros. 64 as a kid. I think we all had that phase. My dad always talks about when he went through Metroid on the NES for the first time and then was pissed when he found out that he was playing as a woman the whole time and they just like tricked him. Which I don't know why he was so mad. I think he was just convinced he was a man and then they just like juked him and they're like, actually, you're a woman. Tom Bystander said, I never played Metroid at all till they remastered Prime. Now I'm hooked like crazy. I can tell. You've got the Samus PFP. Wish they would put 2 and 3 on the NSO before 4 came out. Yeah, I agree, man. I totally agree. How beautiful is Talon Overworld, man? With this music and everything. It's so, so good. I love Talon Overworld. What about the Donkey Kong trilogy? It's good. I would still put the ones I mentioned above it, but that's right frickin' there too. Eddie Muster says, man, the Halo trilogy is so good. It's amazing they didn't make more after those 2 spin-offs of ODST and Reach. Yeah, I mean, I think the Team Bungie, the original core, they were just so... They dealt with like crazy expectations, crazy deadlines, just like... Things were kind of brutal on the development teams, and they were kind of ready to move on from it, which I'm now kind of sad because 343 is kind of crap the bed. Scotland says, I had a cousin who refused to believe that Samus was a woman. I convinced him by turning on Smash 64 and showing Samus being electrocuted. Oh, man, that's hilarious. You need to do some major convincing. Let's see here. Do you know why they limited the use of the other beams in Prime to echoes? I saw on the Kiwi Talks podcast, they talked about that. I'm trying to remember. I think it was... I can't remember if it was because they just thought they were, like, overpowered. A lot of people complained about that. I don't know if I was just better at managing my light and dark ammo, but that genuinely never annoyed me. Never ever bothered me. I know a lot of people who are really frustrated by that, but I kind of enjoyed that mechanic, to be completely honest. So let's go ahead and read this first lore, because this is where the lore really starts getting rich. So we're learning some stuff about the Chozo. This place is called the Chozo Ruins. The history of the Chozo stretches back into ancient times, so far into the fog of the past that we know not where our ancestors came from, so a very ancient race. One thing is clear, however, the Chozo who colonized Talon 4 made a conscious choice to eschew a civilization of advanced technology. We Chozo chose to live in harmony with nature, guided by providence of the universe. We believe we will spend peaceful days here and planned to leave our words from time to time. So that game letting you know that you're going to be reading a lot about the Chozo. They originally came to Talon 4 for spiritual reasons, to live a more peaceful life, almost like Amish. They were trying to kind of flee their technology and their own technological advancements and live low-key lives. Woman? Whoa, man. Scott says, basically in Smash 64, most of the characters, when electrocuted, show you a cartoony skeleton. Yeah, I knew what you're talking about. But Samus instead just give you a pink-colored girl figure. I remember that, too, because I'm most nostalgic about Smash 64. I played that one. I don't know. I did play Melee a lot, too. But that one and Melee I played so much. That was when Fox was my main. Okay, so I think we're staying down here for now. So again, Samus's whole point of coming to the space frigate was to find the space pirates, find out what they're up to, and basically exterminate them. Then she follows Ridley here, and now she's learning a lot about Talon 4, the planet, and about the Chozo, who were here. Samus is deeply connected to the Chozo, but not these Chozo specifically. The Chozo is a race of bird-like advanced creatures that raised her. Also gave her her powerful suit of armor and mixed their DNA with her own to help her survive the horrible climate of planet Zebes. When Samus's parents died, it was the Chozo that took her in and raised her, so that's kind of how that all happened. Many long years have passed since we Chozo first took root on this land. The passage of time has always been a source of fascination to us. It is a belief of many Chozo sages that the truths of the universe hide within the tumbling currents of time's flow. Even as we search for answers there, however, we find illumination in other unexpected places. We know not how the ability has come to us, but recently, many Chozo have begun to sense things beyond the realm of ordinary perception. Strange sights and inexplicable sensations flood our minds, filling us with visions. So now they have the gift of foresight. We take this growing ability to be a sign of our burgeoning harmonization with the infinite. Perhaps, finally, the universe's secrets are becoming known to us. I don't know what the hell that word was, but again, so we're just learning about the Chozo and who they are. Let's go ahead and get to this save station. ID Munster says Chozo some real ones. Yes, they are. Love the channel. Metroda says, love the channel. Keep pushing that sweet Metroid propaganda. Oh, I will. We got to get the good message of the Metroid gospel out there. Spread the good news. Spread the good news. Because, yeah, man, I want Metroid Prime 4 to sell well. Because the other thing is, if Metroid Prime 4 sells really, really poorly, I genuinely think there's a good chance that it's the last Metroid Prime game that we may ever get, or at least get for a very long time. A lot hinges upon this game, seeing that we haven't got one since like 2007. So, yeah, I really want this game to sell well. Okay, what we got under here? All right, no missiles yet, so can't open that. I don't even think I have a Morph Ball yet. Yeah, no Morph Ball yet. No Charge Beam yet. Yeah, that's the thing about Metroid, is like I have hardly any abilities as Samus right now. And that's why it can be somewhat of a hard series to get into initially, is because you have so little to start the game out with that it kind of feels like a very basic game. But I think with every Metroid game, as you get more abilities and Samus can do more things, and as the world opens up, it just gets richer and richer and richer, and it's just kind of that progressive excitement throughout the game. And so it is a slow burn in many ways. The Chozo raised her by their society standards, says Scutless. Yeah, Scutless also knows the lore very well. This resulted in awkward behavior when she interacts with other humans, like how she does a mating call when she sees cute boys. I don't know about all that. There might be a different manga you're reading. Let's see here. Where you at? Imagine Beardo reading, says NFI. Okay, gotta take out all these again. Let's see. Bragos, Bagros Nintendo Games. Man, I'm just going to call you BG. I don't know how to pronounce that. But says, hey, Johnny, would you rather have a Metroid Prime Trilogy never existed or Kobe and Shaq never win a championship together? You're going to like... you're going to do that to me? I would probably say Kobe and Shaq never win a championship together. Because what that probably does is just puts us in an alternate universe where they're probably never teammates. And in that case, they could have had success in completely different situations, which might have been cool or even cooler, you know? The possibilities are endless, you know? For those of you on this channel, Zeltroid, who don't know, I have another channel, much bigger channel, all dedicated to NBA basketball. It's just my name, Johnny Arnett. And so forgive me if occasionally basketball discussions mix in with your Metroid. It's because I love both. There needs to be a sequel or a prequel to a Metroid game so we can see the story from the start. You know, that would be really, really cool. Because there's a lot, based on the manga, there's a lot you could do with that. I'm down. Sign me up. So I'm getting this energy tank. I think at some point it would be cool on this channel. It would be brutal, and you guys have to stick through it as I struggle through it. But I think at some point I want to do a Metroid Prime playthrough where I don't get any energy tanks. See if I could beat it with 0 energy tanks. I've done stuff like that with Zelda. I even, long time ago, did Ocarina of Time with 3 hearts. I've done, personally, I've done a lot of the Zelda games with 3 hearts, but I'd like to try to do Metroid Prime with no energy tanks. That'd be a fun challenge. But that'll be a while from now, because I don't want to like go through it again after I just went through it. Got to give it some time. Golden said, yo, I didn't know you had a basketball channel. I love your vids here, and I'll check that out too. Yeah, thanks. It's very much about basketball history. It's called Johnny Arnett. It's got like 208,000 subscribers now. So that's kind of where I really started, and that is my full-time job. And now I'm trying to build this up to where this is, basically another job. That sounds like a bastard to play. Yeah, I love that stuff, though. I really love that. Not only have I beat the Halo games on Legendary, but much harder than that was Legendary All Skulls On. Oh my god. That's probably the most challenging video game thing I've ever done. Even harder than like Ninja Gaiden on Master Ninja. Like Halo Legendary mode with all of the skulls on, so like enemies are buffed, enemies are invisible, enemies spot you more quickly, grunts explode with plasma grenades when they die. I think it's the most brutal thing I've ever accomplished. Like the library level in Halo Combat Evolved, it took me and my brother 8 hours to complete it, and there was times where we were like, are we ever going to be able to do this? Can we possibly do this? Favorite bounty hunter from Prime 3? Oh, it's they're all cool, but I mean, how can it not be Rundus? Yeah, Rundus is so cool. Rundus turned out to be a homie. His ice powers are super sick. I like his voice. I love his musical theme. I love how emotional fighting him was. I feel like Rundus, but Gindrada was pretty cool too. But for me, it's Rundus for sure. Okay. So now I think I need to take this missile door down here. Scutless says Rundus. Only correct answer is Rundus. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever met anybody who didn't say Rundus, to be honest. That's one of the themes I actually play leading up to the stream sometimes is Rundus. I agree, but oh, I love the Gindrada fights so much. Yeah, I do too. Her theme's really sick too. Like her musical theme is really cool, and they play it like every time she shows up, so you're really, really like associated with it by the time you finally fight her. All right, let's do this. Scutless says Rundus has one game to strut his stuff in, and he became a favorite ice user in gaming, leading Sub-Zero and Kula Diamond in the dust. Wow, I don't know about that. To us, definitely. To us Metroid fans, for sure. Sub-Zero's still badass, though. Like, let's not get it twisted. Shout out to that guy in Halo Combat Evolved who made it almost all the way through the library as a normal guy when Chief had made it being a superhuman monster. Yes, for sure. So I'm wondering, you know, I know a lot of, well, you guys chimed in a little bit. I know a lot of you guys have been through it, have been through the Prime games, but I think a good amount of you haven't. So again, I'm going to keep explaining the lore as we go through it. Hopefully you guys find that enjoyable. I do. I nerd out over it. Also, I have the story of Metroid Prime explained on the channel, and the story of Metroid Prime 2 explained. Those are the videos I'm probably most proud of on this Zeltroid channel currently. And before Prime 4 drops, not only am I going to do Prime 3, but I'm going to put all of those videos in a compilation video, basically like 2 days before Prime 4 drops. That way you can get the complete Prime Trilogy story. It's probably going to be like 40 minutes long, honestly. But if you guys are interested, like 2 days before Prime 4 drops, I'm going to put that entire compilation out so you could just watch the whole story of the Prime Trilogy in detail. And I think those are my best videos right now on this channel. Who will miss the blue missile? Like the ice missile? I've played most of the regular Metroid games, but never the Prime games. I can't say they're for everyone, but God, do I love them. I don't know. I just, even though they're like different from 2D to 3D, they still make me, they both make me like equally happy. They still both feel like, you know, beautiful Metroid games to me. Because it was funny, when the Prime games first came out, a lot of Metroid fans hated the idea of it because it was just totally different. You know, it wasn't like a traditional Metroidvania side scroller. And then a lot of us played it and we were like, okay, never mind. This works. This is awesome. Where's the Star Fox Adventures full story video? I don't know if I was ever going to do a full story. God, I'd love to stream that on stream. It's like Star Fox, but Zelda. Or like Zelda, but Star Fox. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever do a story video for Adventures, but I definitely want to like break that game down. What makes it special? What made it controversial? That sort of thing. But right now, I think we got too much going on with Prime, Prime, and eventually Hyrule Warriors 3. So let's read this lore. The surges of negative energy brought by the meteor. So a meteor hit this place. We know that. The surges of negative energy brought by the meteor far exceed our expectation. We Chozo have yet to find a way to rid ourselves of the great poison. Okay, so there's a great poison harming this planet. All we can do now is seal it away and wait for the day when a power to purify the poison appears. However, it is already impossible to collect all the pieces of the great poison, as it has already spread, seeping into the planet and hardening. So we're going to learn a lot more about this great poison and this meteor. Do you think Silas' story concludes in 4, or it leads to a new story over the games with him? Oh, that's such a good question. I hope it leads to more, because if it leads to more, that would tell me that at the very least, Nintendo and Retro is a little bit more confident that there will be more games. If it's just like a one and done, that's going to make me a little bit nervous that we might not see another Prime game for a long, long time. I guess I'll keep going this way. But yeah, I might be thinking a little bit with my heart, but I think it'll continue on. I think he'll be involved more than just one game. Because I don't know, with like, it's not like the 2D games. Like the Metroid Prime games tend to be long, drawn out stories, you know, at least so far, what they've established. So I'm just hoping that continues, because I think it made this trilogy so special. Still don't have the charge beam, so can't use that. Alright, what's the difference between a space rock and a space rock made out of shredded beef? One is meteor. Knee slapper. Yeah, the build-up for him has been insane. Yeah, I mean, and that's the funny thing when people are like, because some people say that, and they'll get like feisty about it. They'll be like, Prime 4 has nothing to do with the Prime trilogy. And like I know the devs have kind of alluded to that, but even that like can't be completely true because Sylux was shown at the very end of Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. He was following Samus. He was planning something when he was following Samus. He's up to no good. And then he stole the Metroid egg from the Galactic Federation in Federation Force, at the end of Federation Force. So like whatever he's doing, whatever he's planning, it started in those games. So at the very least, they have that connection. You can't act like they're not connected in any way. What I have theorized, and I really have nothing to go off of this other than just like a hunch, I just wonder if Sylux is actually going to be the big bad of the game, or if they're going to do like a Star Fox Adventures thing where you get General Scales and then you get Andros. Or are they going to do a Link to the Past thing where you get Aghanim and then Ganon? Or even Skyward Sword where you get, Girahim and then you get the Demon King, which is basically, what's his name? Demise. So I don't know why. I just got like this hunch that like maybe, quite possibly, he's not actually the biggest bad, because he feels like whatever he's planning or whatever he's been working on for these like 18 years is possibly bigger than himself. I don't think, I mean, there is one theory that maybe he's trying to bring back Metroid Prime or Dark Samus. I don't think that's a thing, because I think they want to move on and do new stories and new characters. But I feel like he's doing something. I don't know, so we'll see. I'll catch up with chat in just a second. Let's go here. You have to, in order to open this next section, I have to scan all of these, like, all these symbols. Scutless says, Sylux dramatically gets revealed to survive in the ending, 100% the game and get a clue to his next plan. Then Prime 4 bombs and Sylux's plotline gets dropped like a hot potato. Is that your prediction? Yeah, he Boba Fetted Samus at the end of that game. Yeah, I don't know. I can't wait to find out, though. I just hope the story is as good as this trilogy, because this trilogy set the bar, quite high. You've been playing any other Metroidvanias recently? Silksong? I played Silksong a little bit, and I gotta be honest, outside of streaming, I don't really have a ton of time, unfortunately, to play video games right now. Because I just started memberships on my basketball channel, and my God, that's keeping me that's keeping me busy. Because on the memberships, I promised them weekly live streams. I promised them a weekly bonus video on top of the videos I make for the basketball channel every other day. I make videos so often on that channel because that is my main source of income. That's my job. I would love to build this channel up to a point where I could make videos as often over here as I do over there. Like, can you imagine getting Metroid and Zelda videos over here every other day? That'd be awesome. That would make me so happy to be able to do that. But because I make more money on that channel, I just can't justify it yet. Like, that provides more for the family and everything. But at some point, maybe I can swing it. That's the goal. That is the goal. Turd Ferguson said he's going to make Bright Samus, which is just Dark Samus in a white suit. Yeah, I mean, we kind of have that already in Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, where you were Samus in the light suit. ID Monster said, would you want to bring back Metroid Prime, the guy? He was a bum who wasted time with his dumb final fight phase. I don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, I played a couple hours of Silksong, but I definitely want to continue it because the music was beautiful, the gameplay was awesome. I also want to just, like, I don't know, I just want to become more of, like, not like an expert, that sounds pompous, but like I want to become more well versed in not just Metroid, but like Metroidvanias as a whole, so that you guys could come to me, ask questions, and I feel like I could be not an authority, but just like a trusted source on that. That would be cool. So that's my hope. I actually want to start going through Metroidvanias more often. Alan, what's up, Alan? How you doing, man? Can I jump across this yet? I might not be able. Nah, I'm pretty sure I can't. Let's go ahead and save real quick. I found my PS2 and Wii yesterday that I thought my family stole. Let's go. Yeah, no, let's go. That's awesome. Again, thank you to everybody who's hanging out tonight. Hopefully you guys are enjoying a nice chill Metroid Prime stream. I know I am. Then you can finally change the channel name to Johnny, the Metroidvania Maniac. There you go. Except that doesn't quite cover Zelda as well. We need to somehow include Zelda in there as well. I get what you mean. I feel a bit like a wine connoisseur playing games. I want to have a well-balanced portfolio and all, but playing games takes more time than drinking wine. Yes, it does. It does. Well, the other thing is because like I'm determined to like make this a part of my job, you know? Like I did actually have, so yay, hooray. I did actually have this past month, these past 30 days are actually the best 30 days from a revenue perspective I've ever had on this channel. So like it's growing, it's getting there. So like that is very exciting for me because I love the NBA. I love basketball. I don't want to say like I'm totally burnt out, but I would love to get to a point where I could balance the content more with like the other things I love. So like Metroid and Zelda, because I've been doing that over there for 8 years now. And so that, I don't know, that would just make me so happy if I could balance out the content a little bit more. I don't know if I need to like, do I need to be scanning all these right now? I don't think I do. Okay, so I can't go up yet. I know I can't do that because I think I need Spider Ball to do that. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go next. I kind of forget. Oh, right. The Legend of Johnny, the Metroidvania Maniac. There you go. Peak channel name. Absolute peak. Let's see here. I'll give you a couple of millions if I win the lotto, Johnny. I promise. Alan, stop. Enjoy your money, dude. I genuinely tell my wife all the time. I'm like, I don't know if I'd ever want to win the lottery. Cause like nothing. If you win the lottery, like although it's nice, yeah, you got money and all that, you'll forever be known as the guy who won the lottery. Like nothing you've built in life, anybody will think was earned, and it won't even feel earned to you. You'll just be like, yeah, I had a lot of money, because I got lucky, you know. And I don't know, I want to build things naturally. Like, yeah, I'd love to make a lot of money, but I'd like it to be something I built so I can be like proud of it. You know what I'm saying? And like, I could never be proud of like winning the lottery. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just not grateful enough, but I don't know. That's how I feel. Okay, maybe. We'll see. I'll keep going this way. Metrada says, former NBA alcoholic here, or NBA-aholic here. I definitely respect it. Go Celtics, though. Ha ha ha. Celtics fan. Big Lakers fan. So we could talk a lot about our rivalries, and, you know, our differences and all that sort of thing. But I think you'll even admit as a Celtics fan, some of the best days of basketball fandom were when our teams were going at it. You know, 2008 finals, 2010 finals, even if you want to go further back, you know, in like the 80s and stuff. Okay, so I can't go there. Can I access that? Let's try it. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not very good at playing and streaming at the same time, so I might be running around aimlessly for a little bit, but I'll figure it out. LOL, you'll find out you have friends and family you never knew about if you win the lottery. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I still can't wrap my head around 3D maps in games. Sister Ferguson. Yeah, the maps are definitely very unique in the Metroid Prime games. Oh yeah, well, I think I can go all the way down this way, and I can Morph Ball now, so there's that. I don't know if that's going to take away anywhere new. We'll see. Golden said, I really appreciate how you give Prime 3 its deserved respect. Yeah, you must have seen my my ranking video then. How you give Prime 3 its deserved respect. It's just as great as the others, in my opinion. It does so many great things. Yeah, it's very weird to me to hear people talk about... because I don't basically listen to the internet about their feelings about games until I play the game myself. I avoid it like a plague. And so I never looked up anything on the internet Metroid Prime 3 until I actually played it. And then once I played it, I just loved it. I loved learning more about the Galactic Federation. I loved learning more about the Hunters. I loved getting in Samus's ship and traveling from location to location. And even though it has those awesome, like, new aspects of the game, so much of the game still isolates you and feels like Metroid. I absolutely loved Elysia, Skytown. One of my favorite locations in any game ever, period. Like, that is... I love Skytown. I love the freaking zip lines. I love everything about it. And so, yeah, when I heard a bunch of people, like, crapping on it, I was like, the heck? Why? Okay, so Magmore Caverns. I don't think I need to go there yet. Because I don't think, like, I can't go there yet. I don't have the various suit. In my opinion, 3 and 2 are better than 1. Listen, it's one of those things that are, like, so awesome that I got no problems with it. Like, Lord of the Rings are my favorite movies ever. If you prefer Fellowship, awesome. It's perfect to me. You prefer Return of the King or Two Towers, I don't care. They're all perfect to me. That's how I feel about the Prime games. Love the Prime formula of previous mini-bosses becoming regular enemies later in the game. Yeah, for sure. Alright, let's read this lore. A new Chozo lore entry has been downloaded to your logbook. Chozo script translated. The future is a vague thing, ever-changing and always in doubt. Even we Chozo could gain the ability to foresee the future. It would be a hollow gift, for we can never hope to control what has yet to occur. The fountain is an example of this. The day may come when its water dries up and there is nothing we could do to stop such a tragedy. But we do know this. Unlike the uncertain flow of water, the power of our will is strong and enduring. The will of the Chozo will never run dry. So that's one thing about these Chozo lores, is they're kind of like the memories from Breath of the Wild, where you have to kind of piece them together, and sometimes you're not finding them and reading them in the sequential order. So like this one, where they're talking about their gift of foresight and their well drying up of everything, that clearly happened before the Great Poison and the Meteor Strike. So we'll have to do that a little bit as we follow the story, is piece everything together and figure out where this happened in the timeline for the Chozo. 100% agree, all of them are amazing. I mean, yeah, that's why we got a channel about it, right? Energy tank, let's go. Yeah, each game does something amazing. Yes, all my Metroid Prime lovers. Okay, so all of that did was get us some more. Well, can I go there yet? I feel like I already did that. So let's go this way. I have to go up there, though. Okay. I don't know. I'm so happy that I got to a place where, like, I can make videos and live stream and chat with people who love Metroid as much as I do. It makes me so happy. Because it's hard when you're first building a channel, man. I remember when I first started making videos for Metroid and Zelda for this channel. It was back when the channel was called Johnny64, and I just had more of a Nintendo angle. Eventually narrowed that down to Metroid and Zelda. but I just like I wasn't getting any views, and there was just like no one to talk with about this stuff I love, and it was a real grind to get it to that point where I could, you know. And now I'm happy I've got to that point because I was like, man, I'm tired of talking about basketball. I want to talk Metroid and Zelda. And so I'm very grateful for you guys being here because it's so much fun to be able to just hit a button, go live, and like talk with my people. Makes me happy. Okay. Am I ready to go up? Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try to hit all these runes. Alan says, when did you join G&G? Well, it was like 3 years ago or so, but since then I've actually like left G&G. I joined it and left it. And it was on good terms and everything. G&G is called Geeks and Gamers. It's like a gaming network where we do like Mario Kart streams. We have basically panels where we talk about video games and stuff, and I'm usually treated as like the Nintendo expert. Okay, so there's two. Let's destroy these. But the reason I left them is just because I had too much going on my own stuff, and the guy who runs it, Jeremy, just kind of wanted more like involvement, and I was like, dude, I can't. And so now I kind of just like, I'm just kind of like a friend of them in the sense that like I'll stream for them. Okay, I think we're up to 3, but I'm not official part of the team or anything. So I'm not a part of their like private meetings or anything like that. I have no idea what's going on with that. And that's kind of how I prefer it, honestly, just because I'm kind of a lone wolf in that way. I like doing my own thing a little bit. Never will not be Johnny 64 to the OGs. Yes, ID Buster. You think you'd make videos about other Nintendo stuff or other games in general in the future? I don't think so. I could. I mean, if I got a job working for like some Nintendo... I gotta find this other ruin. Like I could, but I don't want to. If I could, like, I look at channels like Zeltic, you know, or there's a lot of like Zelda dedicated channels, and I'm like, they've turned that into a career. They've turned that into a job. That's like a dream. To do that with Metroid specifically would be really hard because it's hard to have like a Metroid channel. There we go. It's hard to have a Metroid channel that's like bigger than, you know, like 50,000 subscribers because there's just not that many. I think the biggest Metroid exclusive channel I've ever seen is called the Orpheon, and good channel, but again, like that's as big as it gets when you can get like well over 1 million doing Zelda potentially. Okay, so what did that open? I still don't think I can access that. Where the heck? Where do I need to go? Okay, Mario Kart. Is Mario Kart the only collab you do with them? No. Sometimes I'll be on their Tuesday nights main event where we talk video games and stuff, especially after something big happens with Nintendo. Like after the next Nintendo Direct, I'll probably be a guest on there. Ever played AM2R? Absolute Nintendo quality fan game. Yeah, everybody tells me I need to play it, and I'm going to play it probably after Prime 4. I've exhausted Prime 4. I think then I want to do that because everybody says to play it. I never really cared for fan games, but because so many people preach that and just say that it's just amazing and worthy being acknowledged as an actual Metroid game, I'm like, all right, man, I got to see what the hype's about. Plus, I'm a content creator, so like I could do that and then make a video about my experience, you know, tell you guys if it lived up to the hype for me. With Prime 4 coming out, says Golden, I do see a really big rise of Metroid videos and content, which is really cool. Yeah, I agree. I do see that, but it's still kind of niche, you know. It's not like channels are getting like a crazy amount of views, those that do it, but I am seeing a lot of those right now because the people who do love it, they love it a lot. You know, that's cool. Okay, I can't go here yet. Bros, where am I supposed to go? So that is a missile door. No, or is it? No, that's blue. Sorry, chat. I'm usually better at this, but I think streaming and being so involved in these chats is making it easier for me to get lost. And I don't... I mean, do I need to go to the Mackmore Caverns? I don't have the Various suit. And this just goes back there. Dang it. If anybody remembers where to go, let me know. Yeah, it's not even comparable to ROM hacks. It's that good. Yeah, I will play it. Is it? Let me ask you guys a question. Is AM2R like heavy on story? Like, is it just the gameplay, or does it have like a really good story as well? I wonder when Beardo quit because he gets roasted on every TME and gaming stream. Let's see here. Dread sold pretty amazingly for the standard of the franchise. People were celebrating a potential relevancy of Metroid, but it kind of came and went. I think it also didn't really have the legs. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Is this where I go? Oh, I think I'm stupid. I think this is where I go. I just was approaching from the wrong side. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, chat. I think I figured it out. And now it's giving me a hint because I'm so stupid and taking forever to get there. Let's go ahead and see. Yeah, it's exactly where I'm heading. Gosh, dang it. Yeah, the thing about Dread is it didn't have the legs. I remember everybody was hyped when it hit 3 million like units sold, and then it just kind of stayed there. So yeah, it's exciting, but like Japan does not care for Metroid at all. Like Metroid sells horribly in Japan, just because they're not big fans of sci-fi. They're more like into fantasy, and obviously like anime. So that's kind of a bummer. I feel like that feeds into it as well. Like if Japan was more passionate, inevitably a lot of us would be as well. But yeah, I mean, Prime 4 has been talked about for so long now. I hope it's the best selling Metroid game we've ever had, but I'll believe it when I see it. Right now the reactions to it are kind of mixed. It's hard to know if that's like an accurate indication of like whether or not people are going to buy it, because again, people were saying drop the price, I'm so mad at Nintendo, blah, and then it like broke all those records. So it's like, well, clearly people weren't that mad about it. It's Metroid 2, so its story isn't too different. There are cool added scans and logbook entries that kind of add context to the story set's game, though, that I personally love. Okay, cool. Good to know. Yeah, at this point, it's like AM2R is so beloved by so many Metroid fans that, like, for the sake of the fact that I have a Metroid channel, like, I have to play it. Originally, I was like, whatever, like, you know, fan-made games. I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to, like, dive into the lore of, like, a fan-made game for the channel. Like, I want to stick to the actual lore. And then I just hear more and more and more people who just love it. I'm like, whatever. I gotta get with the I gotta get with the crowd here and see what this is about. Because, I mean, based on how much people talk about it, there's got to be some special stuff to it. So I'm looking forward to it. STR, who was in here earlier, he, before anyone else, has been preaching to me, you got to play AM2R. You got to play AM2R. And so, yeah, I'm definitely going to do it. And I'm going to give him more credit than anybody else for converting me. Wow, you have a good mic. Oh, thank you. Wow. I'm usually known for having a bad mic, but I think ever since I got this arm, so it's like right next to my mouth, it sounds way better. It's just a Blue Yeti microphone. It's one of the cheaper ones you could get. But I would recommend that if you get it, definitely get one of these arms. Otherwise, it's going to sound rough. Trying to be a contrarian ID monster. I think at this point you've been drowned out, dude. I'm definitely going to play it. Alright, Morph Ball Bomb, baby. Alright, so we had a little bit of a hiccup. Progress got slow for a little bit, but we're rolling again. I really think the hint system is hilarious in the Prime games, where like it won't give you a hint. It like won't tell you where to go unless you run around aimlessly like an idiot for a half hour, and then finally it's like, okay, fine, here's where you go. Seeing that you have no idea and are completely incompetent. Watching your videos, your voice sounds different compared to GNG gaming stream yelling at Jeremy. Yeah, it does. It's something about how people have been pointing this out forever. Well, also, like on my videos, I don't use this mic. I use just my laptop mic, because once you start something, yeah, and that's how you've been doing it for years, you got to just stick with it. So I use my laptop mic, and then something about how I read a script. I don't know. I just like a more soft-spoken reading. I don't know. I sound like a weirdo, kind of like an android. I also spill over my words a lot, so I spend a lot of time cleaning up my audio. So because of that, you're actually getting like a lot of like a lot of different sentences all cleaned up and pushed together. And so sometimes it doesn't sound the most like organic or natural. That's why it's kind of like that. But, you know, I was able to build up my basketball channel. I'm up to, 7,600 subscribers now with it. So it is what it is. I think people will take my weird robotic voice over an actual AI voice any day. So. Your video voice drives me mad, says ID Buster. I'm not surprised you feel that way, bro. All right, we're up to 60 people here now. My Metroid people showing up. I love you guys. Thank you, guys. Coming together to enjoy one of the all-time greats. All right, gotta be quick on this one. This one's abrupt. Nope, don't care. I'll take the damage. The gamer AI voice on ads is so annoying. Yeah, I've got to a point where I hate AI in all its forms. The one part I like I actually do appreciate AI is for sometimes you get really quick answers to questions. And I don't treat everything as fact that comes from AI, because sometimes it does give you bad or inaccurate information. But sometimes you just have a simple question and it's really quick. Like I was having technical difficulties earlier trying to get like StreamYards working, and I was like, why isn't it doing what I want it to? And I literally just looked it up on Google, and then it gave me a quick AI answer, and I was like, oh, that's it. Wow, that was quick. But like, I'm so sick of like AI thumbnails with like funky looking faces and fake AI voices and like all that. I hate it at this point. And now it's like affecting my life and my job because like YouTube's now implementing AI into their algorithm. It's like, I'm so tired of it. And I know it's not going away either, which is also frustrating. Like, it's here to stay. Let's see. I was following your basketball channel. Let's see. Mike has bad knees. How's it going, Mike? Said, I was following your basketball channel for a while without realizing that it was the same you that's on GNG streams. Yeah. That happens every once in a while. And I actually think that's fun that a lot of people don't know that, like, I'm the same person. I've had it happen a lot on Zeltroid where they'll be like, oh my God, is this Johnny Arnett? And I'm like, yep, that's me. And every once in a while, I'll be making videos on my basketball channel. They'll be like, is this Zeltroid? And I don't know. That's just fun the way people react to it. All right, so I got the bomb now. Let's get out of here. Rolo, what's up, my brother? Puerto Rican Pistolero says, my man, heck yeah. I just played through Prime again a few weeks ago. That's awesome. Rolo, how do you feel about Prime 2 and Prime 3? Do you like those as much? I feel like I hear you talk about Prime 1, but I don't know if I've heard you talk about the other ones. I don't want to watch / subscribe to channels that use AI. Yeah, I feel you. My wife like really, really hates it in like the book world because now people are acting like they're writers while just using AI to like write books and stuff. And all that's really doing is like taking a bunch of information off the internet of like already written and established stories and just like basically copying a whole bunch of stuff to make a really jimmy rigged novel. And yeah, she just hates that. It's like, you know, it makes it easy to just steal other people's work and then take credit for it, really. You ever get, hey, is that Johnny 64? That was a long time ago since I had that. I think at this point, most people know I've changed. A little Zeltroid intro jingle is genius. I love hearing it. Yeah, because I feel like that sound effect for us Metroid fans is just like pure euphoria. It's just pure happiness. Reject the machines, embrace humanity. Yes. It's been so long since I played them. I played them the least compared to 1. Yeah. That's my wife in the chat, guys. A troubled green. Say hi, y'all. She's amazing. Greatest wife on earth. She's putting up with me while I'm being a streaming, video making workaholic. And I'm very, very grateful for her because we're going through a tough time of just working our asses off on top of the fact that we're moving. And so she's a champ. Off topic, but I think smartphones were a mistake. We were just fine without them. Yeah, it does feel like society's got dumber since they came out. I certainly enjoy mine, but yeah, I get what you're saying for sure. Okay, am I ready to face Flagra? Am I ready to face Flagra? I might be. Halo 5 was right. Can't trust them, robot. Man, don't give Halo 5 credit for anything. That should not be a thing. Halo 5 was a mistake. It messed up our girl Cortana. NFI says, hello, Johnny's wife. Hello, Mrs. Legend of Johnny Metroidvania Maniac. Yes. I love my new channel name. That would be such a jarring rebrand if I actually did that. I almost want to do it just for the lulz. Okay, so I think I'm good to go here. Johnny, the CEO of Nintendo. Sometimes I wish that was a thing. Sometimes I wish I could, because I feel like I can make you guys a lot more happy than what we've been getting lately. Johnny, gonna get a verbal lashing if you don't respond to that damn message. What did I get? Which one is it? Hush. Read the text message I sent you. Thank you, actually. I didn't see hers. Read the text message. Babe, don't you have my phone? Hold on. Do I get it through my computer? Oh, sweet. Okay. Did you want something out of my... Yeah, babe. I want to keep that. I want to keep that. Okay, so basically what she's texting me about, because if she's going to text me midstream and make me talk about it, I'm going to let you guys know. My wife really wanted to get into Pokemon. She told me like a year ago. She really, really wanted to get into Pokemon. She's like, I just think it's cute. I want to like see what it's all about and enjoy it. And I'm like, all right. Well, easy way to get started is download Pokemon Go. Let's start there. And that's a good way to like orient her with the games and everything. Now she's playing all the time. She's like, she literally has my phone downstairs and she's doing trades for us because there's like this special trade thing going on. And she's like, do you want me to trade this? And she's sending me screenshots. I'm like, no, I want that. Don't trade that. Making customers happy doesn't equate to being profitable. Agree and disagree. Yeah, I definitely agree and disagree. I love Nintendo because it makes me happy, you know? There's definitely things about it that make me unhappy, some of their business practices and that sort of thing. But by and large, Nintendo brings me so much joy. The music, the video games, the escapism, the wholesomeness of their games. Yeah, for the most part, it makes me way more happy than unhappy. I miss the Iwata days. Yes, absolutely. We all do. Anybody who's familiar with Iwata, we all do. But did you Pokemon go to the polls? So cringe. All right. So this is Flagra, some enemy that was clearly influenced and affected by the great poison. I think this was actually, when we read the lore earlier, this was their well that that they were talking about. I'm not totally sure on that, though. I think it is. Okay. It's weird to not to be scanning this stuff, but again, I just don't want to worry about it on the stream. She says, so Alasia says, well, hold on. A little more context. I was suffering with postpartum depression. All right, she was very sad and she needed something. You don't have to explain your sob story to, like, why you fell in love with Pokemon. There's a lot of people in chat who love Pokemon because Pokemon's cool. Like, it's all good. But yeah, she was very sad and she needed to pick me up because she was going through, like, postpartum sadness because we just had our baby. And, you know, your hormones are all out of whack when you just have a baby. And so she was like, how about Pokemon to make me happy? And you know what? It worked. Now she's like a diehard Pokemon fan. Okay. Ooh. Can I go this way? I don't know if I can go this way. Oh, yeah, I can. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to get there fast enough, though. Oh. I remember when Pokemon Go came out. I was in the military. We had a lot of issues with young airmen on base chasing Pokemon around in restricted areas and stuff. Yeah, dude, it was wild. There were people going into, like, back alleys, like dark back alleys they shouldn't be going into. There was, like, people getting into car accidents because they were dumb enough to play while they were driving. Like, it was all bad. It was crazy. The phenomenon was fun because at the time I was living in the San Francisco Bay Area. And my gosh, was that an experience. Like, everybody was playing. I remember being in San Francisco in certain public parks until, like, genuinely, seriously, I would be playing with large groups of people until, like, 3 a.m. playing Pokemon Go. Oh, just in time. Darn you, Flagra. Yeah, it was an experience. But what's funny is I didn't play the game for, like, 8 years, gave up on it, and then got back into it because Alasia wanted to play it. And, although the phenomenon isn't as huge as it was, there's a lot more to do on the game now. The game's actually way more fun than it was initially, as far as, like, the amount of things you can do, the ways you can battle, the ways you can train Pokemon, all that sort of thing. There's a lot more to it now. Turd Ferguson said, glad you found something that helped you. I know a lot about people that are into it too. Nice. I feel like Pokemon crowd here is fairly small. Yeah, possibly. We talking about Beardo a lot in the chat. He's a diehard Pokemon fan. Actually, when I was trying to get her Pokemon games, Beardo was the one I asked, and I said, "What's a Pokemon game you recommend?" Johnny playing Pokemon Go by Chase Center. All right, now Samus is about to look like Samus. Vatlaw, what's up, Vatlaw? Good to see you, man. Joseph A. You changed your name, so now you're going by Joseph, but you still got Vatlaw in there. Rolo says never got into Pokemon Go, but played most of them up until X and Y, and then I played Brilliant Diamond and Arceus. It's Arceus or Arceus? I think it's Arceus. Yeah, the one I played and just loved as a kid for the Game Boy Advanced SP was what I had. Was Pokemon Ruby. God, I love Pokemon Ruby. And ever since then, I have been the most hardcore Groudon fan. Like, Groudon is my boy. So once I got back into Pokemon Go, I was like, I need Groudon. That's all I want. I want Groudon. I also thought I had more time to join your basketball streams. Sorry, I will try to make it soon. STR, no worries, man. I'm gonna again be streaming once a week over there. So yeah, dude, you're good. Oof. Okay, I don't think I can destroy that one yet. All right, so now that I got the various suit, I'm pretty sure I'm ready to go to the Magmore Caverns. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's just leave. Oh wait, no. Is there a? I think there's a. Is there a lore in here? Maybe not. I thought there was a Chozo lore in here, and I was gonna read it for you guys, but I guess not. Oh yeah, there is. Okay, never mind. Let's kill him. Get you out of here. Get you out of here. We gotta learn some about the story, or Sketless is gonna judge me. Okay. Alright, let's read this lore. Chozo scripts translated. The cries of this dying land echo in our ears as we Chozo watch the great poison seep even further into the living pulse of the planet. The dark energy sinks into the trees and waters, devouring all life. Peaceful beasts die by the thousands. Some creatures survive, but their forms grow as twisted and evil as the force that fell from the sky. So whatever this great poison is mutating and making its creatures, or whatever it affects, deranged. Many of these mutated monstrosities remain small enough to do little harm, but others grow enormous and threaten our very existence. One such beast defiles our sacred fountain, disgorging poison from its foul form, replacing pure flowing water with cascades of creeping death. Even in the face of such horror, we Chozo do not turn in fear. We are all that stands in the way of this great poison, and it is our duty to try to contain it. What they're talking about was Flagra, what we just took out. And so, I think, actually, there's probably two different enemies they could be talking about, but I think that's what it was. Mike Has Bad Knees says, I had stopped seeing the Johnny Arnett channel on my feed. Maybe it's because the season ended. YouTube is weird. Bro, I literally just made a video talking about YouTube's, stopped recommended my channel. That's why I had to start memberships. Because they changed something in the algorithm, and now I'm making a quarter of the revenue. Less than that, actually. Less than a quarter of the revenue I was making a year ago. It's been brutal. So that's been a big motivation for starting memberships, streaming more, all that sort of thing, as I'm trying to, basically deal with that. So, but it's working. It is working. So we're getting there. You should give Rolo mod abilities. Yes, I absolutely should. Rolo, let's make you a mod. I'm sorry I hadn't modded you already, Rolo. That's just not something I conscientiously think of. Okay. But you are a mod now. Link to the other channel. Yeah, I mean, if somebody got it, if you're interested in basketball or basketball history. If you don't care about basketball, please don't sub. Because the worst thing you could do for a channel on YouTube is be a subscriber who doesn't actually care about the content, because YouTube then goes, well, your own subscribers don't care about it, so why should we promote it to anyone else? Because that's the first thing it does to evaluate whether or not your content is good, is evaluate how your subscribers like it. So again, if you're building a YouTube channel and you have people who love you and care about you and say, I'm gonna sub even though I know nothing about your channel, be like, please don't. You don't want that. You really don't want that, because it's bad for a channel. Okay, she's out. Going to bring up your phone. Do you need a glass of milk or anything? Yes, a glass of milk would be wonderful. Thanks, babe. $500 super chat, and I'll get a dolphin tattoo. We need a photo. Setting the bar high, Alan. Oh my god, if you got a dolphin tattoo, that'd be so legendary. So for those of you who don't know, Alan, he's a part of he joins us on the Mario Kart streams for G&G, and he just plays as the dolphin all the time. And he's kind of famous now over there because Alan's always causing carnage and hitting everybody with items and all that sort of thing. Like, he's a chaotic evil on those streams, but I love him for it. Turd Ferguson says W wife. Yes, S tier wife. The goat wife, in my opinion. Every husband should think that, but I'm right. I'm actually right. Chat was the best milk. I prefer 2%. Whole milk's good too, but I prefer 2%. I think it's perfect. Already got 5 tattoos. Oh, so you're just looking for an excuse. All ocean aquatic life related. Man, you really do love your water. One more would be a good fit. Yeah. Alan says, I'm still stubbed to channels that haven't uploaded since 2007. Well, yeah. I mean, you're not bad for those channels. What's bad for those channels is that they don't upload anymore. That's what's bad for those channels. Whole milk, my fave. Yeah, it's good. 76 people in here. Why do I have so many people in here? But thank you, everybody. That is the most, I mean, other than, like, due to a raid on Twitch, I'm pretty sure that's the most people I've ever had in a live stream. Oh, man. I grew up on a dairy farm. 2% is gross. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. If it's not what you're used to. Let's see here. 2% works. I don't drink milk much unless it's going in the cereal, which I don't eat often. I wish I could eat more cereal, but so much of cereal is full of, like, crap ingredients, so we don't really eat it much anymore, but I do miss it sometimes. Let's see here. Johnny, when they finally put out Pokemon Coliseum and Gale of Darkness on the GameCube Virtual Console, I'm going to see you, I'm going to see to it you stream them. I mean, that'd be cool. I get a lot of streaming requests, so I don't know. You know what I'd like to stream? Obviously, I'm going to finish The Legend of Zelda Master Quest, but some people have been asking me if I was planning on streaming anything around, like, Halloween. You know, it'd be fun to stream around Halloween. I mean, it sticks with the theme of the channel, so it's kind of what people want. Majora's Mask. I love Majora's Mask. It's so creepy and eerily awesome and all that. And to me, I feel like Majora's Mask, you know, it's disturbing and horrific and beautiful all at the same time. I feel like it's perfect for a Halloween stream. Ow. This guy's hit hard. Yeah, Leisure says, thank you all for being here. Be sure to smash the like button. Yes, thank you guys all for being here. It's cool, too, because I feel like these streams, believe it or not, even the streams are helping the channel grow, it seems. They need to put out anything on GameCube Virtual Console. There's nothing there currently. Okay. Although I kind of agree with you, I am slightly offended that you say nothing. Okay, I can't get there. Well, maybe I can. Yeah, I can with a single jump. I'm a little bit offended you say there's nothing there because, in my opinion, the greatest racing game ever, certainly the greatest racing game I've ever played, F-Zero GX is there, and F-Zero GX is awesome. It's very, very hard, very, very tough game to get the hang of, but once you do get the hang of it, of the controls and everything, it's so very rewarding. NFI says, Majora's Mask is my main favorite. All right, so let's do this. So beat, skip, 1, 2. You got to go with the drums of the Magmore Caverns. Beat, skip, 1, 2. Okay. Beat, skip, 1, 2. Okay. Beat, skip, 1, 2. Okay, there we go. Reminder that Deku Scrub Link is the best form ever. He's pretty cool. I know you really like him. Fierce Deity Link is freaking awesome, though, too. I'm waiting for Luigi's Mansion and Fire Emblem Path of Radiance to get onto the GameCube app. Yeah, that would be awesome. I'd also love Melee to be on there. Melee's awesome. All right, Phendrana drifts. We are advancing pretty quickly now through Metroid Prime, so this is nice. We are getting places. I think I'm going to try to be better on stream, and let me know if you guys think this is a good idea. these games, both Zelda and Metroid, are just such beautiful games. I'm going to try to find moments where I kind of just sit, let the music play, let the game play, and not talk so damn much. Because sometimes I feel like it's just nice to just kind of enjoy the game, you know? Enjoy the vibes. NFI says, I jailbroken my Wii and download a bunch of GameCube games in a flash drive. Johnny, you should get a Wii Classic controller because you don't need to use sensor bar. Oh. Yeah, that would be cool. If I could just ditch that altogether. Hold on, actually. I know I need to... Yeah, I need to do this first so that I can open up that room. Okay, now scan this. Okay, now I think the room above is open. Chat, what is your favorite location in Metroid Prime? Thanks, babe. Awesome. Thank you for my 2% milk. Did you do all our trades? Okay. All right. Love you. See you in a bit. All right. So, you guys know these guys, right? This is the, what is it, Sheegoth? So these characters. Metroid Prime actually had a lot of scrapped content in it. And so, you know, you fight these little baby Sheegoths. Then the mini-boss that we're going to fight in a little bit is a, you know, a bigger Sheegoth. Well, actually, one of the cut content bosses that were supposed to be in this game was an even bigger Sheegoth that was gonna have like an ape-like complex. The way it was gonna like run around, and it was gonna like, if you look at if you just look up like massive Sheegoth concept art or something like that, you'll see it. It was huge. It was huge. And it's just such a bummer because they had so many things planned. Kraid, who's a big boss of the Metroid games, was supposed to be in this game, was actually going to be the boss of the Phazon Mines instead of the Omega Pirate. But then due to time constraints, it was easier to design the Omega Pirate instead. So they did that, which I actually really like the Omega Pirate. I do love Kraid, but I really like the Omega Pirate, so it's not like I have a huge problem with that. But yeah, it's just kind of a bummer because, like, as much as I love this game and as much as I'm glad when we got it when we did, if it had, you know, taken another year, we would have been enjoying all those things for literally decades at this point, you know? There was a Sheegoth Prime. I think it was cut for looking like a JRPG boss. Yeah. Well, I thought it was just due to time constraints, but it might have been that, actually. It did look like a JRPG boss. It would have been freaking huge. You probably would have had to fight in some big, giant ice coliseum, probably like how you fight Thardis, because if I remember correctly, Thardis, who is the boss of this ice area, I think you were originally supposed to fight him in the Magmore Caverns, because if you'll notice, there is no boss in the Magmore Caverns. Actually, let's start this over. Let's read this. Chozo script translated. As the great poison reaches even further into the planet, we Chozo begin to feel the gnawings of despair. Before it is too late, we now make our last stand. We have begun to build a temple to contain this darkness. As its heart will place a cipher. A mystical lock powered by 12 artifacts and filled with as much power as we Chozo can harness. We wonder, though, even when we are done, will it be too late? And will the power of the temple and the cipher itself prove strong enough to hold back the poisonous tide that even now swells within the ground, threatening all life? So we are going to see that later. They basically concealed the core of the great poison which is at the impact crater where the meteor struck. We will go check that out later, and I'll tell you guys more about it. Johnny, if you were going to do AM2R, you should even it out with the Zelda game. I've been seeing Zelda Sands of Time N64 ROM hack lately, and it's a full game of its own. Maybe something worth looking into. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea, actually. I like that idea. That if I was to do a fan-made game of Metroid, I should do the same of Zelda as well. I like that. Yeah. The thing is, like, how... Okay, sorry, chat, for being a dumb boomer, but, like... how would I go about... Like, genuinely, how do I go about playing these games? So is it just, like... Is there somewhere I would go to download it and play it, like, via PC? Are we not allowed to talk about this, or Nintendo Ninjas will come get us? Like, I don't know exactly how you guys play these games. I'm sorry. I'm 36 years old, but I'm a boomer. All right, let's read this one. Chozo script translated. So many creatures suffer beneath the blight upon the land, and we Chozo are no exception. But for all of our pain, we can at least believe in a promise of the future. We have come to believe that a time may never come when we can once again open the door and banish the darkness we've contained. Even so, our vigilance will remain. We believe that some far off day, a savior will come and continue what we have begun. For that savior, we will leave our ancient weapons and armor. The soul who can gather them will be the entrusted one, the one being who can reverse that evil that grows here. Samus. So very cool. So the Chozo had the foresight to see of Samus is coming. I don't know if we'll actually find the lore and read the lore, but they even go as far as describing her appearance and gender. And so, yeah, definitely talking about Samus. Rolo says, we don't talk about Fight Club, Zeltroid, but I can show you some of the ways. Sounds good, brother. Let's see here. Oh, scan there. I had some Captain Crunch yesterday. Oh, that sounds so good. I think it had been a year before that. Oh, I love Captain Crunch. Only thing I don't like Captain Crunch is how it, like, tears up your gums on the top of your mouth. But other than that, it's freaking amazing. Dan Vask would also be a good resource. Yeah, I could ask whoever wants to help me. I'm down. Sorry, guys, I'm a jerk. I just realized I was, like, gulping right by the mic. That's probably unpleasant. Sorry. Look, my wife even brought a chocolate, too, because she's just the bomb. See, this is the kind of stuff I think of. I mean, I know it's not totally the same, but when people get mad about, like, the motorcycle, it's like they literally had Samus, like, doing, like, stuff on a half pipe, like she's Tony Hawk, you know? Like, every once in a while, Metroid just does something weird, you know? They're like, is this Metroid? This feels weird. I don't know. I'm personally not as mad about the bike as a lot of people. I think the most concerning thing is the open world areas. But again, I don't think they're gonna, like, structure like an honest to God open world. But we'll see. If I'm wrong, it will be apocalyptic for Metroid fans. I think a lot of us are just tired of the Metroid, or not the Metroid, sorry, of the open world phase Nintendo is in right now. And just a lot of games are in. What the hell is happening to me? Why was I constantly being frozen? Yeah, it's just like open world is being overdone and everything. Like, let's do it in Mario Kart. Let's do it in this franchise that's never had it. Let's do it in this franchise. And it's just, we don't need it in everything. It's kind of like the Battle Royale thing after, you know, Fortnite first took off, where it was like, Halo needs Battle Royale. COD needs Battle Royale. Like, everything needs Battle Royale. It's like, no, it doesn't. Like, it's kind of nice that some things are just unique in their own special thing, you know? Sometimes we just want games to stay in their lane. ID Monster says, look, Johnny, the Chozo designed those sacred half pipes to be ritually shred. Don't mock their beliefs. I've never had to tear up the roof of your mouth problem, but I've heard a lot of people say that. It's not terrible, but yeah, I guess some people just have gums that are more sensitive than others. Like, I've heard some people say, like, their mouth is literally bled. I've had it to where, like, my mouth is maybe, like, the gums are a little bit sensitive. But I've never, like, ate Captain Crunch and then it was like, oh my god, I'm bleeding. That's gnarly. Okay, so... Purple door. I got my half pipe. I probably... Imagine now with this half pipe, I probably have to go back to, like... Probably even Chozo Ruins, to be honest. Can you imagine if they made an open world Mario Party? Yeah, right? I don't even know how that would work, to be honest. I will never be able to enjoy Fruit Loops the same way before I found out they're all the same flavor. Oh, after you found out they're all the same flavor. That's hilarious. I actually didn't know that, but that's, like, very easy to believe. I'm like, yeah, a mouthful of Fruit Loops, and if I just ate them one at a time, I can't make a distinction between them. That sounds about right. I don't have the double jump. Yeah, so I can't make it here, so I'm pretty sure, yeah, we just got to go back now. Let me just make sure, look at the map one more time. That's the double jump area. Yep, let's head back. I'm trying to figure out how Romayan. I'm gonna call you Roman, okay? Roman. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Looks fancy. I want to play Prime 2 and Prime 3 so bad, but I really don't want to get out the Wii. I don't like all the wires. I'm just hoping we get 2 and 3 on the Switch soon. I hope so too. I gotta admit, at this point, I'm pretty pessimistic about it. I really am, because I so hope I'm wrong. But if they give us Prime 2 and Prime 3, like, for a newcomer, genuinely, like, the game comes out in December. We're about to enter October. For a newcomer, do they have enough time to comfortably go through both games? Like, they're gonna have to, like, really stress themselves to try to get through it, unless you're like a hardcore gamer with a lot of free time. So yeah, that's a big reason why I feel like, and man, it might even be too late, because I think even at this point, like, that's a whole lot of Prime to get yourself ready for Prime 4. It actually ruined the cereal for me. That's hilarious. Thank you to everybody who's still in here. It's crazy that I'm hovering around 70 viewers in here. Love having all the Prime fans in here. Oh my god, these turrets are no joke. Okay, from a strategic point of view, it probably makes sense to just release the first remake. You don't have to intimidate people by making them think they need to beat the 3 games before to enjoy the 4th one. Yeah, and that's the other thing. That's the other thing that makes me think, man, they're probably just looking at Prime 4 as just a brand new, clean launching point. If it's going to reference the first 3, they're probably going to be very, very small, light references, you know? Because I feel like they would have, even if they just ported them over to the Switch, which is crazy that they didn't port Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Like, even if I just had that in its GameCube port on the Switch too, like, come on, man, that would have been awesome. At the very least, we want that. You're actually the only one who got my name right. It's just Roman. Oh, okay, it is just Roman. Cool. But yeah, Prime 2 is definitely not for the weak. Prime 3 is easier, though, for new players to run through. Yeah, the whole PED suit and hyper mode really make it a lot easier, for sure. And having the one game is enough for curious people to get some experience. I hope so. I do feel like the number 4 just intimidates people, you know, just being like, man, I don't even know what's going on. I don't know what the story is. Maybe one day I'll get to it, but, you know, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I can't believe people... Nintendo is expecting people to play Federation Force to understand anything in Prime 4. Yeah, that part's crazy, too. But again, they might treat it like it never really mattered. You know, like, yeah, it was a cool little reference for those people who did play Federation Force. But to find out that, like... To find out that Sylux stole some, like, Metroids or Mocktroids, whatever... and did his own thing, like, you don't really need, you know, all you need is a cutscene to explain that for people who only played Prime 4, you know? Federation Force was such a joke, says the Circular Square. I rebelliously refused to play it for years, and then I finally tried it out and realized I was right to avoid it. Yeah, a lot of people don't like it. That's basically what Metroid fans... One of the things Metroid fans fight over is what's your most hated game, and it's a lot of time it's either it's either Other M or it's Federation Force. I think those are the two most popular choices. Popular as in not popular. Holdo Square. We are Federation Force enjoyers here. I don't know. I think you guys are about to start a civil war in chat, to be honest. I don't think you guys are united on that issue at all. To be fair, has there ever been a Nintendo game where you had to play the previous game to understand the story or plot? Not really. I mean, to understand, like, small details or to get the most out of the game, absolutely, but probably not overall, no. I wouldn't say so. Not that I know of. Man, shoot your stupid blast. Okay. I think we're going to go to the Impact Crater now so I can read a little bit more of the lore for you guys. I love not just Talon Overworld, but man, I love the music too. Both the original music when you first land here, and then once you get halfway through the game and it changes the theme to the Talon Overworld depths. They're both very, very good. All right, let's reload our health. Fawful has a continuous storyline across the first 3 Mario and Luigi games. Circular Square says, I think I was just bitter because I wanted another normal Metroid game. Yeah, for sure. Like, Metroid is such a specific, like, genre. It's such a specific game that it's hard for us to accept basically anything that's, like, very, very different. Like, when we get Metroid, we want Metroid. Like, that's what we want. It's pretty simple. I know there's a... Where is that missile expansion here? Here we go. Kirby lore unironically goes hard. That's what I've heard. My brother is a huge fan of Kirby. And huge is an understatement. If you've ever seen his streams, you know what I'm talking about. Huge is an understatement for how big of a Kirby fan he is. But yeah, I've heard the lore goes really hard. I know nothing about it. Only Kirby game I have ever played was Kirby and the Forgotten Land. And I recommend it. Very, very fun game. Very fun game. Pretty darn easy game until you actually beat the game, and then it has like a boss rush challenge mode, and then all of a sudden it's like the hardest crap ever. It's pretty hilarious. It's basically Mario Odyssey and Donkey Kong Bonanza, but with a Kirby exterior. It's pretty fun. Same type of collect-a-thon type game. Star Fox is a good example. Yeah, that was a weird half spoiler for me as a kid. Man, we really just pulled the absolute most obscure examples out to answer that question. What are we talking about? Star Fox Adventures and Star Fox Assault, you need to know where Crystal is from. We need to know where Crystal is from. I love both of those games. Very, very different Star Fox games, but I love them both. All right, so this is a pirate data. So this is from the Space Pirates. So let's read it here. The field team reports are in on an aged structure of alien design built on the surface of Talon 4. Studies show the structure projects a containment field. This field bars access to a prime source of energy within a deep crater. Science team believes the field is powered by a number of strange Chozo artifacts. We have found some of these relics, and studies on them have begun. As this field could hinder future energy production operations on Talon 4, we must dismantle it as soon as possible. If this means the destruction of the Chozo artifacts, it will be done. So one of the things you're going to learn about the Space Pirates is they're actually pretty fascinating. We learn a lot from this game about how the Space Pirates operate. It's this absolute lust for science, power, with a complete disregard of knowledge, or not knowledge, but sacredness, culture. They just have this lust of learning and gaining dominance. And they are very cruel to even their own. We'll learn about that, especially when we get to the Phazon Mines. This is the Chozo now. Throughout our living nightmare, as we battle with this unyielding darkness, we Chozo see a light. This light glows with promise, chasing the shadows cast by the great poison and purifying that which has grown toxic. It is strange, though, at times. It looks to our eyes as if the light coalesces, I'm not sure that word, into the figure of a woman. There you go. Burning brightly, the luminescence descends from space, then retreats back into the infinite blackness from whence it came. When this prophecy comes to pass, when the light recedes, the Chozo's long vigilance of containment will finally come to an end. It's really cool that they're basically describing Samus as just a very angelic figure. It's pretty cool. Johnny, if you had to be a space pirate in any Metroid game, what game are you going into? Not frickin' Metroid Prime. Not Metroid Prime. Their absolute disregard for their own lives and for their quality of life and the way they torture and mutilate each other and all that sort of thing. Not Metroid Prime. Shoot, that's a decent question. I'm not sure. And not Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes is probably the worst because the amount of adversaries they have to deal with in Prime 2 Echoes is like hilariously nightmarish for them. They have to deal with the Ing. They have to deal with the natural predators of the planet. They have to deal with Samus attacking them. They have to deal with Dark Samus raiding them. It's like at one point they make like a space pirate log where they're complaining about all the 6 different factions that they're fighting off at once. It's actually hilarious. So yeah, definitely not Prime 2 Echoes. Space Pirate always makes me think of Treasure Planet. Yeah, some of their logs are genuinely funny. Like when the one where they're talking about learning about Samus's morph ball technology and how they had certain test subjects, and then like they literally just like shattered their spines and broke their arms, and it went horribly wrong. They tried to turn themselves into morph balls, and it didn't work at all. All right, so I'm going to scan all of these because later, when we try to find all 12 of these Chozo artifacts, which let us get to the core of the impact crater, we're going to need all this. Roman says, so on the Metroid Prime 4 Nintendo website, under the rating states, this game has in-game purchases. Donkey Kong Bonanza did too, and it got DLC recently. Do you think Prime 4 will get some sort of DLC too? Okay, in that case, I'm not going to because if it got DLC, that would actually be very exciting. I hope that's all the in-game purchases is. Yeah, that'd be cool. It is kind of gross that Nintendo is like, it feels like they're purposely leaving out parts of what should be the release game just because they want to sell it as just because they want to sell it as DLC. That's what they did with Bonanza. They could have dropped that day one, and they're like, no, it's going to be DLC. It's so silly. All right, so Chozo lore. There's another one we missed. The containment of the great poison. This task has fallen to the Chozo, and we will not flee from our duty. Even as we suffer with the land and its creatures, we will pour our will into the 12, the artifacts which form the lock that holds this great evil at bay. In the depths of the planet, this lock must stand up to all who might assault it, to preserve the power of the seal and to protect it from those who would wheddle for their own designs. We will spread the artifacts across the land, hiding them from prying eyes. The lock must never open until the day comes when this disaster can finally be put right. So, to explain a little bit, this whole area here is called the Impact Crater. If you look over the side of the ledge here, you can see that this is almost like a big, gigantic canyon. This is where this meteor struck. Now, this meteor was just no ordinary meteor. I'll explain more of the lore now. It was no ordinary meteor. It was called a Leviathan seed. Leviathan seeds are what come from a planet way off in space called Phase. Leviathan seeds contain phazon, which is a substance which the Chozo are calling the Great Poison, which infects, corrupts, mutates, and it's horrific. Phazon will kill you. It's one of the most dangerous substances in the universe in Metroid. But the space pirates detected that there was high energy radiating from this planet, so that's how they discovered the phazon. And of course, space pirates, and the fact that they're just like maniacal scientists, wanted to use this phazon to their benefit. So that's kind of what we're learning in the game, is they take this phazon. That's how we ended up fighting earlier the Parasite Queen. And everything that they were doing on that space frigate, they were taking test subjects and they were infecting them with phazon for research purposes. But phazon makes your test subjects hard to control. At a certain point, you'll see that they even start testing their own with phazon. And so, yeah, we're going to learn a lot about that. We're going to learn a lot about Planet Phase, all that stuff. All right, so now we did that. I think we're going to the Chozo ruins. The story of Planet Phase and the Leviathan seeds, and how it is a sentient planet far off in the distance that has a desire to infect every planet and turning it into a clone of itself, is like one of the freaking coolest things I've ever heard in sci-fi. It's like super, super cool. In a way, that planet that sent this meteor here is pretty much the ultimate antagonist of the Prime Trilogy. And again, we'll learn more about it as we go through it. Office of Naval Intelligence says, I really, really hope Prime 4 nails the music and ambiance of all the other Prime games. Dread was disappointing on the music front. Wholeheartedly agree. There were some tracks that I liked, but none of them were up to the standard of the Prime series. I will say, from the music we heard from Vuros, at least from the green vegetation area of Vuros, the music was really, really nice. I liked that. Parasite Queen sounds like a glam metal band. That is very true. It does. Phase being the ego of Metroid. Yes, Phase is in many ways the ego of Metroid. The artifact lore directions were able to account for pirate facilities that wouldn't be built until eons later. Dang, the Chozo are good. But if you haven't gathered yet, I think it's pretty obvious at this point. This was a cataclysmic event with this meteor and basically wiped out all of the Chozo here. I don't know if it literally wiped out every Chozo, but it might have. I think it did. I don't think there's any Chozo left on this planet. Man, get out of here. Get out of here. I want my missile expansion. How did I not... There we go. Jeez. Yeah, I've listened to Prime 4 track countless times. Definitely sounds like the same sound artist to me. I love it. Yes, I love it too. And that's the thing. Say what you want about the bike and the desert and all that stuff. Everything else that we've seen of Metroid Prime 4 so far looks like Metroid Prime. You know, like it all looks right. Let's go to that area. Okay. The Chozo as a race can catch 0 breaks. Yeah, pretty much. But there's a lot of things in Metroid that can contain... that can basically get 0 breaks. I mean, even Samus herself, like, if you look at the manga and the games and all the different stories, the amount of crap that Samus has been through and dealt with, from dealing with infections, from her own body being corrupted, from her, you know, becoming a Metroid, from her having her parents die and being raised by bird people, from her having all kinds of different daddy issues, and even frickin', you know, she's got Mockin tribe DNA as well, and now Ravenbeak, who's one of the big villains, claims her as her own. From having to kill her own friends in Metroid Prime 3. Like, I'm planning on making a video at some point that's going to be titled, "You Think Your Life is Hard? You Think Your Life is Hard? Meet Samus Aran." And basically just talk about how much Samus's life sucks. All right. You need grapple for this? Yes. Thank you, Jetstream Wins. I just got my little hint that I need to go back to Talon. So let's go back to Talon. So yeah. I don't know what it is about Nintendo and a lot of their IPs, but they really love like dire stories, you know, with a lot of sorrow, with a lot of underlying sad tones. It's happens in both Zelda and in Metroid games quite a lot. I like it, you know. I think it's pretty cool. But yeah, Samus has a really, really rough story. And by the time you finish Dread, you think about, okay, so she's got like X infection, she's got Metroid DNA, she's got Chozo DNA from multiple different kinds of Chozo. Like, at a certain point, she's just like, what the heck is Samus? Thank you, Freddy, with the $1.99. Says for Baby Zelda, dolphin skin, and the next Mario Kart. Got you. For the next Mario Kart, I will rock the dolphin skin. And thank you for the donation to Baby Zelda. I will let her know. She's so cute, man. My daughter now she's about to turn 1 soon, and she's just at the point now where she's starting to dance. Her favorite song that I play for her right now is the Song of Healing. I'll play the Song of Healing from Majora's Mask, and she just goes like this. She'll just sway back and forth. It's so great. Actually, I think this is it. I'm pretty sure this is where I need to be. Yeah, it is. Okay. STR says, yo, if you're enjoying the stream, hit that like button. Thank you, STR. Freddie says, confirmed. I'll get that dolphin tattoo. You said a $500 super chat. He gives $1.99. You're like, you know what? I'll get the dolphin tattoo. Any excuse to get that tattoo. Nope. I still missed it. Okay, so it's not here. Oh, it's this half pipe. That's right. It's this half pipe. It's easy to miss. Okay, that was unnecessary. Okay. Nope, wrong button. There we go. 84 people in here. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry I'm freaking out over the viewers a lot, but I don't think I've ever had a stream this big, so it's cool. The channel's growing. Metroid and Zelda fans uniting. It was actually my wife that recommended that I stream on Sundays, because she was like, you know, of all of our friends who stream and stuff, she's like, there is not many people who stream on Sundays. So she's like, you should kind of make that your Metroid day. And I did. And it seems to be paying off. Alright, space jump, baby. Yes, the people desire Metroid. Yes. Makes me happy to hear. Chat, what was your first Metroid game? Mine was, I'm old. But my dad is awesome. I love my dad so much. And he is a... Yay, Space Jump. He was a gamer when I was born. And so when I was born, we already had Metroid on the NES. So yeah, that was the first Metroid game I ever played. Do I need to go all the way back? I think I might need to go all the way back to Phendrana Drifts now, because I got the Space Jump. Scutless says, the biggest lore bomb in Prime 1 was the reveal that the Chozo were skateboarding fans. Yeah. It's kind of like the biggest reveal bomb for Prime 4, apparently, that the Lemorn are big biker gangs. Metroid Prime 1. Played it when I was around 4 years old. Ah, that's awesome, Robin. Super Metroid. Grew up playing since I was a baby, pretty much. Yeah, I think a lot of people's first was Super Metroid. Which is funny, because I didn't actually complete Super Metroid until I was, like, in my 20s. But I was playing NES Metroid, like, when I was in single digits. My dad, I don't know why, he never owned Super Metroid. We had a bunch of Super Nintendo games, but Super Metroid wasn't one of them. So the only way I had played it was I rented it from, like, Video Palace or Hollywood Video or something like that. And, yeah, I did love it for, like, the 5 days I had it. It was awesome. But didn't finish it until much later in my life when I actually bought it for myself. Let's see. JBSMM says, first ever was Super, but didn't get far. Dread was the first one I beat. Wow, that's kind of awesome. Because Dread is a tough game, so if that's the first one you beat, good job sticking with it. That's awesome. I beat Super in my 20s. Yeah, same. Super Metroid, but it was on the SNES Classic a few years ago. Relatively newer fan, but I love them. Sounds awesome, Turd Ferguson. That's great. I'm glad to have you in the Metroid crowd. Only played a little bit of Metroid on the GameCube, but never finished it. I forget that they didn't add... This is Ethan here. I forget they didn't add the Leviathan detail mentioned in 3 into 1 until the remaster. It honestly hope that mentioned Echoes remastered if it ever happens. Yeah. It was cool because, you know... It all has pretty good continuity. There are a couple small continuity errors because they hadn't had it all figured out yet. But for the most part, it actually blends pretty well, although they hadn't figured out the whole thing with phase and the Leviathan seeds and what exactly the meteors are until Prime 3. That was when they really established what everything was. Chat, where am I supposed to go now? Did I get a hint? Am I going back to Phendrana Drifts now? I just got Space Jump. I imagine Phendrana is where I'm going. So let's see here. Okay, so probably just go through here to Magmore, but I can't go there, so I'll go left. Okay. Dread definitely took me a while initially. Yeah, it did. Did for me too. But once you kind of get it down, like I can fly through that game now. I remember having to take on Ravenbeak like probably 20 to 25 times before I finally beat him. Like he was tough initially. Yeah, it's back to Phendrana. Thank you, Roman. Wait a minute, am I going the right way? I feel like I know where this is going. Okay, I guess so. Ooh, I think I can do a couple. I can get a couple more missile expansions now. Okay, I already got that one. Skip this one. Let's see here. My cousin showed off this game for his birthday when Prime 1 got released. I got hooked at the alien aesthetic, but never got to play it. I got my first Metroid and beaten Prime around 2008. Nice. Yeah, so it's funny because so many people didn't start with the NES Metroid, but clearly it was my first ever Metroid game, so that's what started the love for me. So when a lot of people are like, "Yeah, it hasn't aged that good. The game's it's not that great." I'm just like, "Hey, I love that game." I tend to rank the NES Metroid way higher than most people do because like there's just something magical about that one for me, man. Yeah, I think most people can beat Dread in one sitting now. Yeah, for sure. Especially with like all the boss rush now, so it's like really easy to, practice on all of them. Plus they gave us modes like Dread mode, so it was really like, you know, gave us the opportunity to really perfect it and get good at it. If you ever want to destroy a planet, just let Samus visit it 100%. But Aether made it through in Metroid Prime 2. At least there's that. And Talon Overworld as well. I mean, or Talon 4 as well. So, yeah, I think probably when they made the Prime games, Retro Studios knew about that kind of stigma that wherever Samus shows up, she leaves in destruction. So they probably didn't want that to happen with Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3. Still waiting for Mikey to play Dread. He owns the game too. I bought it for him a long time ago. But it's all right. If he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to. I've learned you can't make people do stuff. They got their own busy lives. They got their own reasons for why they play what they play, and there's so many things demanding for our time. I don't get bent out of shape about it. Hopefully Samus discovers Earth. Oh, never discovers Earth. I thought you were being super morbid. Talon was already dead when we got here, says ID Monster. Yeah, true. Alright, milk break. Ah. White gold, baby. White gold. Love milk. Alright. Out of here. You get out of here. Making it a first-person shooter making it a first-person shooter Metroid series was an inspired choice. Yeah, I love it. It feels so right, though. And I was ready for it, too, because I remember anxiously waiting for a Metroid game on the Nintendo 64 that never ended up happening. So I was really, really worried that Nintendo was just kind of abandoning the series. I know that there was like, handheld games and stuff, but I didn't really have many handheld games initially growing up. I bought those all later when I got older. But I was mostly just a console gamer for most of my years growing up. Freddy says, all right, just popped in to show some love. Appreciate it, Freddy. You have a wonderful night, man. ID Mustard says, Johnny, if you swap Samus and Master Chief in Prime and Combat Evolved, could they survive each other's games? I don't think Chief could do what Samus does. I think Samus could. I think Samus could survive, but I mean, obviously, like, accurate book lore Chief is like incredible, but I think it's more of like a technicality issue. Like, what's Chief supposed to do when he needs to do specific things in Morph Ball mode? I think he's pretty screwed. Like, Samus's abilities compared to Chief's are very, very unique. So I think I think in that case, it would be very, very hard for Chief to handle some of this stuff. But I'm trying to think, could Samus do it? I mean, she could deal with the Flood. The Flood are basically right up her alley. She deals with Metroids, she deals with Phazon creatures, she deals with the X-Parasites. Like, the Flood would probably feel right at home for Samus. Have they established when does Prime 4 take place after Prime 3? Kind of. In one of the very first trailers, they say it happens in the year, I think it's 20X9, which gives us kind of a vague idea, but not like a totally accurate idea of where it's going to be. It's definitely, I think, going to be much later in the series, and I think it's not going to be directly after Prime 3 Corruption. But as far as where, like, is it after Dread? Is it, like, I don't think we totally know yet. If anybody has more concrete information than I do, then please speak your piece in the chat. But as far as I know, we just know it's much later on, but not really, like, to the extent. Gosh dang it. All right, come on. Chief is a limber guy. He got this. I mean, yeah, Chief is totally a badass, but whenever dealing with, like, morph ball slots and he can't do it, like, you literally have to get into morph ball mode to disable the nuclear bomb. Or, like, is it disable or activate? I don't know. You're dealing with a nuclear warhead to take out the Leviathan seed in Metroid Prime 3, and, like, Chief will not be able to deal with that because he can't do morph ball mode. I think it's well before Dread, personally. Yeah. I hope so. I think if it's after, I don't know. It gets kind of messy. Like, that would be a lot to get people caught up on. I think it's possible we know exactly when the game takes place, even upon release. Hoping it's not the case, though. Oh, so you're hoping we'll, like, never actually know? Like, get a concrete answer? I mean, it can't take, like... It would be silly if it took place, like, well after Metroid Prime 3, though, wouldn't it? Because, like, Silex has been stalking her, like, for a long time at this point. Why would he wait so long to act upon whatever his plan is after Prime 3? You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. It might be silly if it's, like, really long after Prime 3. Because he did seem like he was in the process of doing something. Alright. So... Somebody told me Phendrana, but at the same time... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's got to be there. Okay. I just noticed you did a bomb jump. Do you even know you can glitch the switch up to jump ball? So I noticed you did a bomb jump. Did you even know you can glitch the switch up to jump ball? No, I don't know how to do that. I only played the GameCube version. Can I even just jump? No, hold on. I can't just jump, right? Because I feel like in the what was it? In the Prime Trilogy version, they just allowed you to jump, right? I'm pretty sure they're just like, here, you could jump and then you could, like, bomb yourself afterwards. I typed flick. It seemed like a waste to not follow up on build up by doing a prequel. Yeah. Do you think Michael... basketball question here. Do you think Michael Cooper's DPOY award is fraudulent? No. In 1980, so it was in 1987. He was the Defensive Player of the Year for the Los Angeles Lakers, and I think the reason you're asking is because he came off the bench. But Michael Cooper was regularly guarding many of the best two guards and and threes in the entire league, and he did an excellent job on them. Like, he was leaned upon for that. And the only reason he wasn't starting for the Lakers is because they were just so stacked at those positions. When you got Magic Johnson, Byron Scott, and James Worthy as your 1, 2, and 3. Sorry, Cooper, you're coming off the bench. So, but yeah, I mean, I still think even with his bench role, he killed it enough to win the award. Because Dennis Rodman won a DPOY while coming off the bench as well. That was definitely a more common thing back in the day. I think now they're more hesitant to give it to players coming off the bench. But yeah, I don't think it was fraudulent because he was their best defensive player for the Showtime Lakers, and they leaned upon him heavily to stop the best wings in the league. Sarah Connor, what's up? Cue the music. Sarah Connor is here. Hey, all. Hey, Zeltroid. Good to see ya. Do you like Winning Time? Yes and no. The Winning Time was a show about the Showtime Lakers from the 1980s, and it was a dramatization of the show. So it's like, you know, a lot of the portrayals of several characters are either dramatized or just not that accurate at all, but it made for an entertaining show. I did watch some of the things, and I just know those teams and those stories so tangibly that it did annoy me how some of the characters were portrayed. Like, I know what Jerry West is like, so when I saw some of the ways they portrayed him, I was like, that's not the Jerry West I know, you know? And he was upset about it too, how he was portrayed in the show. So there was ways it was very entertaining, but also ways where I was like, it's a little too slapsticky for me. But it was fun. It is sad that it got canceled. It was very, very sad it got canceled because a lot of people just loved it. DPOY off the bench is so impressive too. Yeah, thank you for the answer. Yeah, I think he was worthy of it. There's, you know, some people think MJ should have won it that year, and he definitely had like a solid case. He probably should have got more love in '87 and not just waited until '88. MJ was upset that Cooper won the award and he didn't, but Michael Cooper was awesome, man. Went to college in New Mexico. He was one of those OG 3 and D type of players. Magic also always used to throw him the alley-oop. They called it the Koopa Loop. It was good times. All right, but enough basketball. I don't want to lose my Metroid fans because I'm nerding out on basketball too hardcore. They in this remastered version, they make the Shigoth look so much meaner. It looks so much meaner. Like, it was weird. It was almost kind of like it had some aspects that made it almost like adorable in the original version, and this one is just, it wants to just kill me. I think. Okay, so yeah, I miss when he does that weird jaw thing. Oof. Momentum's increasing. 80 odd viewers. Yeah, I got like what, 83 now? Yeah. Appreciate everybody's in here. I'm shocked this many people are watching. It's still weird for me because I can get like a video. I can like upload a video and like 50,000 people watch it. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Video did all right. Like, video did well. But for some reason, when they're live, like when people are live, it just hits different. It's like, these many people are just watching me live. I don't know. It's like it makes it feel totally different and more humbling. I don't know. I believe you can jump in Morph Ball, like the trilogy, by hitting X, unless you're using the GameCube controls. I'm not using the GameCube controller. I'm using my. But I don't know. At the same time, I really modified the button mapping. Yeah, I really changed the button mapping to like the way I like it, so I don't even know if that's like the right button, to be honest. Still waiting for Some Call Me Melon to make a Prime 2 Let's Play, but refuses for that for the last 10 years. Is Prime 2 that much of a hassle? No, it's not. It shouldn't be seen as that much of a hassle. Prime 2 is beautiful. Prime 2 is awesome. Yeah. I don't get the people whining about the ammo system and the shifting between the light and the dark world. I'm like, man, it's fun. You know? You just have to think through your steps a little bit more. You know? That's all. You just got to think through your steps a little bit more. Like, just be more tactical than you are in Prime 1, but you'll be fine. The wave beam. I think the ice beam is my favorite on 2D Metroid, but I think... Man, I forget how to do this. How do I do this? Not that one. Do I hit that? Yeah, okay. So I hit the R button, then do that. But I think the wave beam is my favorite on the Prime games. Did anyone else wish Captain Falcon got on the bike instead of Samus? Like, boom, new F-Zero. Enjoy boost balling around the big desert. That would have been crazy. Samus just boost balling everywhere. I'm dying for a modern F-Zero game that's just as fast as F-Zero GX. That would be glorious. Okay, we can kill. Oh, jeez, we can kill these guys now. Shifting through the light and dark world loading screens, having a skip button would be great. See, yeah, I guess I probably still wouldn't skip it though. I liked the experience. For me, it helps with the immersion. I don't know, but I like to take my time with games. I'm the same guy who's like, I love sailing across the sea on Wind Waker. Prime 2 also as a super cool Federation soldier. There were some really cool Federation soldiers on Prime 3 with their PD suits and everything. They better put 2 and 3 on Switch. Huge missed opportunity if they don't. I think it's going to be a missed opportunity, dude. I don't know. Because again, we're not like... When is the next possible Nintendo Direct, now that I think about it? Like, are we gonna... Like, if we got one right before December, you know... Like, they can't drop, like, Prime 2 and Prime 3 and then expect people to get through it with, like, 2 weeks to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like the time to drop it, at the very latest, was this most recent Direct. But now I just feel like it's too late. Like, it'd be almost unfair to, like, give it to people and just not give them enough time to get through it. I thought there was a purple door in here somewhere, but I guess not. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's directly on my right, then. Or is it? What? Is it above me? Oh, yeah, it's above me. Okay. I'm not sure they care that much, says Turd Ferguson. Yeah. Nintendo follows the money. They'd love Metroid a lot more if it was a big money maker, but why have we not got a new F-Zero game in forever? Because look at how the sales declined with every game. Why haven't we got a new Star Fox game in forever? Because look at how the sales declined over years. Why did we get a sequel to Breath of the Wild that's just like it? Because of how much sales killed it. Like, it was doing great. Like, Nintendo just follows the sales, man. And the funny thing is, now Donkey Kong, because of Bonanza, it's crossed that threshold now where it's like, okay, now we're going to start getting Donkey Kong games more frequently because of how well that was received. But that's basically what a franchise needs. It just needs to give Nintendo a reason to believe in it. Now let's bring back Virtual Boy instead of Metroid games. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I don't see it, but gotta cope at this point. Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to think of a video, like, I don't know. Oh, shoot. Gosh dang it. All right, well, got to go back and do that again. I don't know. I'd love to make a video basically explaining like the best ways to play Prime 2 and 3 before Prime 4. And basically break it down for you guys, but I think Nintendo would probably get really mad if I really gave you guys the best strategies. There is a ROM hack that you can get where you could basically play it on the Steam Deck. At this point, that might be your best bet. If you wanted to get a Nintendo Wii and buy the Prime Trilogy, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. It's something stupid like it's well over $100 to buy one now, which is just insane. I can't believe they're dropping a sequel to a game while not giving us like a way to play the prequels at an affordable price. Just nuts. What I love is a Dread style super remake. Yes, cruise ship Carl. Yes, I've said that. I've said as much. That would be absolutely incredible. Of course, I would also just be amped about... I'd be super amped to just get Metroid 6, you know, the sequel to Metroid Dread. But, yeah, if we got that, that would be awesome. Because as much as I love Super, and I love it so much, it's definitely a bit floaty. Like, if you were able to go through it and have it run as smoothly... and quickly as Dread does, that would be very, very cool. That'd be very cool. Come on. I have the Prime hack set up, but I'd like to support the games monetarily. Yeah, that's true. Especially something like Metroid, right? But at this point, are you even... I mean, I think that's a legitimate question. Like, unless Nintendo drops something, are you even really... Like, do you have the option to support it monetarily? You know, Nintendo's got to drop something, because even if you go online and buy it, you're just buying it from another... You know, just from another person, not from Nintendo. So, Nintendo won't see that money. I mean, I know. I'm pointing out the obvious, and I'm sure you know that. But, yeah. It would be so awesome if they just dropped it. Man, that'd be great. I have a little bit of hope, just because to me it would have made sense when they revealed the GameCube to have dropped Metroid Prime 2. And the fact that they didn't actually gave me a little bit more confidence, at the time it did, that maybe they are working on a Prime 2 and 3 either HD upgrade or either remaster. But they're running out of time, man. If they wanted to come before Prime 4, I guess they could always do it after Prime 4. I just think that would be a missed opportunity. To me, it would have been so much cooler if they did it before. But maybe some people play Prime 4, they absolutely love it, and now they want to go through the previous games, you know? Like, that could be a thing. I mean, again, a lot of people who played Dread were playing a Metroid game for the first time, and... you know, there's 4 other games in the series before it. And the 2D ones, at least. Turd Ferguson said, it'd be hard to recreate that ethereal vibe of Super on modern hardware. Yeah. I'm thinking upgrade because remasters would take several years to make. Yeah. And I'm not sure if you guys saw it. One wonderful channel. I've plugged it here a bazillion times on this channel, but the Kiwi Talks podcast has actually interviewed former Retro Studios developers who worked on Prime 1 and Prime 2 and Prime 3. And one of the Prime developers that he talked to said that making a remaster of a game is actually harder than just making a brand new like game in a way, because what they have to do is basically get every detail right. It'd be easier to just make a brand new room, but when you have to basically remodel room and it has to like look correctly to a T, it's actually brutal. So when they were looking at Metroid Prime Remastered, because this was a former Retro Studios developer, so he didn't have anything to do with the remaster, he said making this remaster must have been like a massive undertaking. Um, so based on that, he kind of made it seem like we'd be we'd be lucky to get one of the games remastered before Prime 4, like Prime 2 or Prime 3, and basically made it seem like it would have to be a miracle to get Prime 2 and Prime 3 remastered before Prime 4. So, save file ruined. He saved over unscanned shriek bats. I'm not worried about scans. Oh, space pirates. Ninja space pirates. So again, that was some really sad news. I hope it happens, but I think the odds are slim. Okay, at least we're honest about it then. Yeah. Alright, map station. Yeah, some of them are the one I usually missed. This one of the scans I usually missed was Flagra, who we beat earlier, the big gigantic plant monster. It's like little tentacles that stick out, by the morph ball slots. That is literally just like it's members of the same enemy, but the game treats it as its own enemy that you have to scan. And I missed that at least once, maybe twice. Gotta hope, but gotta be realistic too, sadly. Yeah, I mean, at least most of us have probably like played them or gone through them. But for those of you who don't own it anymore, that does suck, because it would cost a arm and a leg to rebuy it. I got to a point when things were really going well on YouTube where I was just like, screw it, I'm buying a Nintendo Wii. A Nintendo Wii U, because I want to get the Wii U version of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, and I paid way too much for those, but I got them now, and I'm happy to have them, and they look so good, and I'm no longer one of those people waiting for them to come to the Switch. I mean, it would be cool if they did, but like, I don't need them to anymore. Let's see here. What storyline do you think they will include, says Banana Bandana. What storyline do you think will include in the new Metroid, since we know there will be time travel? I'll read these logs in a... Well, I'll read these. Let me answer your question first, and then I'll start reading some of this. I don't think that there necessarily has to be any of these Prime Trilogy games in it, because the time travel can all happen within that game itself. We could see, something that people have speculated is Vuros, that beautiful, lush vegetation area that we see in the trailer, could potentially be that Galactic Federation site, so literally just like the same location, but just years into the future or into the past before it got, like, maybe, who knows, devastated by a meteor or something, or had some cataclysmic event, or just, thousands and thousands of years of decay or something like that. It could be a million different things. So I don't think it necessarily has to involve one of the previous games. I will say, though, and I talked about this in my like half-hour-long breakdown trailer, there are a lot of different details in the Prime 4 trailer that are very similar to aspects of Prime 3. There's enemies that look like the Steam Lords from Prime 3. There's zip lines that look like the zip lines from Prime 3. Some people have even said that one really spiky, evil-looking area, that's all storming with the lightning and everything, almost looks like a fallen version of, like, Skytown. Do I think it's all that? No, I don't. But At the very least, it looks like they took a lot of inspiration from Prime 3, and it is at least possible that it's connected. All right, let's go ahead and read some of these pirate logs because they are awesome. Are you Saracana says you guys are awesome. Hit that like button. Yes. Let's read some of these. A new pirate data has been downloaded to your logbook. Our initial test exposing Talon 4's indigenous parasites to Phazon appeared to be successful. Increases in strength, size, and aggressiveness are common in all test subjects, as well as unforeseen evolutions like additional poison sacs within the abdomen and the appearance of a second ring of mandibles in several subjects. These creatures were chosen because of their resilience, and it appears possible that given enough exposure to Phazon, they may one day be able to survive on any planet we transport them to. Our methods will have to be refined. We currently have a 100% extinction rate after the 4th infusion period, and most survivors of the 3rd infusion stage are so violent and uncontrollable that they have to be euthanized. Even still, we remain hopeful that further experimentation will result in success. These guys are just relentless. They'll apply Phazon to absolutely everything, and even after it's like killing their test subjects like crazy, they'll be like, "So we took Fred over here and we tested him with Phazon to see what would happen, and he died a horrible death." Like you'll see some of these; it's incredible. All right. We have codified the newfound energy source as Phazon, a V-index mutation of which we have very little reliable data. Indicators point to a meteor of unknown origin expelling Phazon into the environment. This material appears to possess the power to mutate organic life forms sufficiently to withstand its poison. These mutations appear promising, with abrupt evolutionary leaps appearing in single-generation reproduction. Plans to establish a full science team on Talon 4 are being finalized. Project Dread is close to completion, one of the greatest scans of all time. If you don't know about that, in Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, there was a scan that was in 2007 teasing Metroid Dread, saying that Project Dread was close to completion, and then it got delayed, and then eventually we got it like in the 2020s. Mining operations have begun near the crater, where Phazon appears to be most concentrated. Daily Phazon yields have increased 44%, and our mining system becomes more streamlined as personnel and equipment flows increase. Several incidents of Phazon-induced madness have been reported, prompting augmented life support regulations in deeper chambers. Yeah, that's one thing. Phazon madness is something they talk about a lot, where even just being in the presence of it, it makes you hallucinate and go crazy and become hostile. Symptoms include loss of equilibrium, erratic, respiration, muscle spasms, and in most extreme cases, hallucinations. A timeline reassessment for the refinery operation is recommended, as the material proves more unstable than initial analysis indicated. We just do the red ones because those are the lores. Scutless says, I think the pirate lore log is the one that basically reads, so Bob let out a Metroid for a target practice. He's expecting to regain brain functions after X. Yeah, that's a good one too. There's so many good ones. Most terraforming and retrofitting of security checkpoints on Talon 4 is complete, but we continue to research the alarming epidemic of breaches by local creatures. Door records show no unauthorized entries, so we must presume the creatures are either slipping in undetected during daily personnel moves or else finding their way through subterranean tunnels. We have found many small breaches of this latter sort and plug them wherever we can, but it's unlikely that we will ever achieve full extermination within our current timetable. What's fascinating about these guys, it is in some ways like just their absolute pursuit of science and advancement of their own race and like their domination. They're so relentless about it while also being like so stupid and ineffective in like many other ways. Like they almost like they're great scientists and they're like mad scientists, but they're also like freaking stupid when it comes to like project managers and dealing with hostiles and just like really inept. All right, we got that one. All right, let's do this one. Research Outpost Glacier 1 in Phendrana Drift's region of Talon Forest Mountains is operating at 85% capacity. Sub-zero temperatures have made the Metroid sluggish and easy to control. I'll talk about that in a second because that applies to Metroid Prime 4. Even those well into phazon and fusion cycles, cold containment stasis takes are sufficient for the juveniles, but some of the larger Metroids have been moved to quarantine caves for safety purposes. Security doors remain an issue as malfunctions due to ice occur every day. Large predators and waste are also a concern as they continue to kill personnel and breach secure areas. Unfortunately, it has become clear that our containment teams cannot neutralize all of them without a vast increase in mutation and soldiers. So they're dropping like flies and all that. But we know from Metroid Prime, and even just from the Ice Beam, when you use it on Metroids, the Ice Beam is one of the most effective weapons to use against Metroid. Probably is the most effective method, to be honest. Ice and cold locations, just the cold itself, makes the Metroids more manageable and more docile. In the most recent Prime 4 trailer, we see at one point what looks like Metroid eggs in a very cold climate area. So my guess is that's probably more space pirates working on them and stuff. So I don't know. I thought that was a cool thing that I noticed in the trailer. Is the space pirates are up to their usual no good with all those different Metroid things. I wonder how warm it is in the planet pirate research stations to even hold Metroids in Phendrana. Yeah, right? Probably very cold. Hopefully Samus's suit is very warm. So the space pirates are the 1998 Denver Nuggets of space factions. Pretty much. How do you guys feel about me reading the logs? Do you want me to just skip them or not? I feel like ever since I just nerded out and just read them all to a crazy extent, I lost viewers. So if it's boring you guys, let me know. Because I could definitely explain the lore in detail without reading all this stuff. I forget what her name was, but there was a streamer I watched a long time ago. Oh, what is her name? I think Gab Smolders. I think that's her name. She's like this big streamer. I'm not familiar with a lot of her stuff, but I did watch her stream Metroid Prime, and she did all of that as she went through it. She read it all in detail, and I was like, this is kind of pleasant. I want to do that when I go through it. Keep reading them, please, says Banana Bandana. Read the logs, and then you make them a video, cut them out, and for a VOD to use them, says ID Monster. ID Monster, look at you, trying to make me money. That's brilliant. All right, so scans of a spiral sector detected a massive energy spike emanating from the Wanderer-class planet identified as Talon 4. So now they're talking about their discovery of Talon 4. Scout reconnaissance was immediately dispatched to the center of the spike, a landmass at heading mark coordinates, returning with planetary samples of an atmospheric imaging. Analysis shows the energy source to be an unstable, radioactive material of enormous potential. We are unable to form an accurate risk assessment at this time, but we are unlikely to find an energy source this powerful again. Analysis will continue, but currently Talon 4 appears to be a viable secondary headquarters. Yeah, so basically they started to build a massive crush on Phazon. And now, for the rest of the trilogy, wherever Phazon is, there will be space pirates. Phazon mining is underway. Several garrisons have been established, and terraforming of the Chozo ruins is underway. Security systems are operational, and science team continues to make progress in their biotech research. The Phendrana Drifts have proven to be an optimal location for research headquarters, and soon it will be joined by a fully operational combat base and starport. If Command's predictions are half true, we shall rise to dominance in this sector within a decacycle. Truly, these are glorious times. So they're starting to feel high and mighty about themselves. If I remember correctly, correct me if I'm... Actually, let me look it up real quick. How long is a decacycle? Is a decacycle? In Metroid. A decacycle in Metroid Universe's duration of 10 cycles. A cycle itself is a local unit of time. I think it's like generally the equivalent of a planet's orbital period or year. Therefore, a decacycle is 10 times. I thought it was like 3 years, a cycle. A cycle is a time of measure assumed to be about 3 Earth years. So a decacycle would be 30 years. Okay. Reading is for nerds, says Turd Ferguson. Reading is for people who love Metroid. Okay, no other logs just yet. Thank you to everybody who's hanging out and getting through me reading these with my very terrible reading skills. My wife's the reader in the family, not me. Forgive me. I always thought this janky thinking music was always silly in Metroid. So one thing about the about between Fusion and Dread, they retcon Samus getting human X DNA back at the end for use of the ice beam. The various suit negated cold temperatures. So one thing they retcon Samus getting human X DNA. Interesting. But in Dread, we go back to no more ice beam, and gravity needs to negate the cold climates. Yeah, it's interesting because there's a decent amount of retcons throughout the Metroid games, for sure. One of the major retcons they did for Metroid Prime is originally, when you first played this game, or what they were planning was an opening sequence when you play this game where Samus is showing up to the space frigate to pursue the pirates. They actually had Jennifer Hale, famous video game voice actor, was playing the voice of Samus. And she describes basically why she sent to the space frigate, the conflict that happened with the space pirate, and how she defeated the Mother Brain. And so you're literally hearing Samus's voice to open up the game. And she explains in this deleted scene that it was 10 years after Metroid Zero Mission first took place, so the first NES Metroid game and Metroid Zero Mission, the remake. But then Nintendo later retconned that because I think just having 10 years of Samus's life pass without games in between probably just seemed like a bad idea because we're aging her too fast. So yeah, they went ahead and retconned that. But I thought that cutscene's really, really cool, and I wish they had kept it in the game. Alright, so these are some good scans. Learn a little bit about the planets. A new research entry. Let's see here. Planet Zebes. So this is where the Chozo lived, with its very harsh atmosphere. This is where Samus grew up, her home planet, after her parents had died. This is where the Chozo took her. Planet's crust is primarily earthic ore, making it ideal for subterranean construction. A class, whatever that number is, planet. Zebes is inhospitable to most bioforms. The world was considered unremarkable until it became a base for space pirate forces. How old is Samus? It's a good question. Honestly, at this point, she can't be that old. Because she can't be very old at all, actually. Because in Zero Mission, it was like, she was like a young, probably adult woman, because like when she had reached the point where she was, a bounty hunter, she had accepted her role from the Chozo. She was like a teenage girl. We get another little jump forward in time in the manga, and then she's like a young woman. I assume she'd probably be in like her early 20s at this point. I would guess. That's just a wild guess. I don't know for sure. But without the 10-year time jump, I would guess, yeah, probably like early 20s. If anybody has anything more definitive in the chat, please say your piece. Planet Talon 4. So this is the one we're on. 5.1 trillion teratons. Ecosystem study indicate that Talon 4 was a biological paradise prior to the impact of the extraterrestrial object. What remains of the biosphere is slowly fading due to exposure to phase-on radiation. At current rate of decay, Talon 4 will be Baron Class 13 Wasteland in approximately 25 years. Yikes. So this is a dying planet, and yeah, they're predicting that it's all goes belly up within 25 years. 25 years, so Samus got plenty of time to screw around, you know? Okay, let's go to the top and get our item. In Roman numerals, I believe XIX would be 109. Okay, cool. Better question is, how long is a decacycle? Well, if a cycle is 3 human years and a decacycle is 10 cycles, then that would be 30 years. All right, super missile time, baby. What's interesting is you'll see this from these logs, and you'll see this from, Metroid Prime 2 logs as well, that a lot of times when Samus shows up, the space pirates have been, messing up planets and doing things on the planet for quite a while. So a lot of times Samus shows up and does her job, but a lot of times she's really late to the party. Because I'm pretty sure, I think on Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, by the time she shows up on Aether, I think they say something like the space pirates, we'll find out soon because we're going to go through it, but I think they had been on there for like 10 years at that point. So it's interesting how Samus comes to save the day, but she's usually, she's a busy woman. She's usually pretty late. The only missile upgrade needed for progression. True. Very true. All right. Hope you guys are all doing well in chat. I don't know. I feel like this is a perfect late night game to stream. This is something I'd enjoy playing or having been played and listening to while I was, of course, then the space pirate music comes up and then it's just like awful and obnoxious. Outside of that, it's really chill. Any hoping we get more beam combos for Prime 4? Yeah, no, that'd be awesome. Yeah. I don't know. I'm hoping for a lot of new stuff. I just want the core of the game to feel like a Metroid Prime game, but I don't want them to play it really safe, necessarily. As long as the game and the movement and the atmosphere and the music, things like that, as long as that is the same, I'm very open and excited about, like, new items and brand new abilities. Of course, I'd like some of the traditional ones mixed in, like, like we need a grapple beam of some sorts. I want my super missiles, things like that. But give us some brand new stuff as well. And some brand new beams. Let's see here. SDR says, well, you think about it, she is always getting a distress signal, so they probably already done things by the time she even knows about it. Yeah, that's true. Like, there's been stuff going on for a while, and a lot of times by the time she shows up, the dust is already settled to a certain extent. Same thing with Prime 2 Echoes. Like, there's no longer any of Team Bravo alive when she shows up, and it's all kind of over with, unfortunately. You're thinking Alien Force, says Jetstream Wins. Scutless says Prime 2 was Pirates Land. Run out of resources. Pirates resupply ship is spotted and shot down by Federation. Federation gets in trouble. Sends out distress signal. Samus arrives. Yeah, it's fun. It's kind of funny because in Prime 2, the pirates are kind of just there. Like, they really don't play much. They really aren't a big deal towards, like, the story or the plot. Like, they're kind of just like a nuisance for everyone else who's involved. So we got a Metroid. Yeah, I doubt Zell is going to read my time-traveling Metroid Deep Thought. If so, I just missed it. I'm looking for it. I don't know if it's genuinely just not showing up. I'm not seeing it. I would laugh if we had a Grandma Samus. Uh, you want an old lady Samus? Like far into the future? Feel free to copy and paste if I missed it, Jetstream. Because I promise I didn't intend to miss whatever you posted. So if I missed something you really wanted me to read, you can yeah, just go ahead and copy and paste it. All right, let's go ahead and read this Metroid log. Initial transfer of Metroids to Talon 4 research facilities has been completed. 3 were terminated in an incident at the landing site, but the others were pacified and transported safely. Initial Phazon infusion testing is underway. We are eager to observe the effects of Phazon on Metroids, especially their ability to absorb and process the energy given off by Phazon searches. Early research suggests a considerable growth in power and size. Whether the creatures stay stable thereafter remains to be seen. And what I should have said and didn't really acknowledge is just a second ago when Samus pulled up and she looked at the Metroid and it showed Samus, then it showed the Metroid and it showed Samus. It played it off like that was a big moment, but it was because, yeah, it's a Metroid, the game's named Metroid and all that sort of thing. But based on Samus's mission where she took out Mother Brain and she took out the Metroids, which are the creation of the Chozo, which were intended for good but ended up being bad, she probably thought Metroids were done with. Then she shows up here and she's like, ah, crap, they got Metroids. So that's another reason it's like a oh crap moment. They're here. The reconstruction of Geoform 187, codenamed Ridley, was recently completed after his defeat on Zebes. Command ordered a number of magnetic improvements for him. Though aggressive, we were able to implement these changes in a cycle. The metamorphosis was painful, but quite successful in the end. Early tests indicate a drastic increase in strength, mobility, and offensive capability. Cybernetic modules and armor plating have been added as well. We believe our creation, now called Meta Ridley, will become the mainstay of our security force, a job he will certainly relish. One thing I will say about this is, unfortunately, with that log, to me that does sound like a little bit of a continuity error, especially if you're looking at like different logs or different pieces of information throughout like the history of Metroid, and even just from the manga itself. Like, Ridley is often described as the leader of the space pirates, but in some of these logs, it makes it seem like he's just a hostile animal and more like he's their pet rather than these guys are their pet or Ridley's pet. You know what I'm saying? So that one kind of disappointed me a little bit because it does seem like a bit of a continuity error. All right, let me catch up on chat here. He said, do you want me to repost? I said, yes, if she had to pass on the Chozo powers. Yeah. Fun fact, there was almost no non-Ing possessed pirate commandos in Prime 2. They show up in like 2 rooms the whole game. Yes, so you just got to scan them fast. Let's see here. Office of Naval Intelligence says, given Samus has Chozo DNA, she could potentially age a lot more slow. I believe Chozo live very long. Yes, that's good thoughts. So theoretically, she could be like 150 and we could still have her kicking ass in video games. So that's a good idea. Yep, we play Samus's granddaughter, and Samus shows up occasionally to complain about these Donkey Kong country. Just Cranky Kong. All right. I want Nintendo to go back to having Easter eggs to their other IPs and Metroid. Yeah, that would be awesome. Metroid seem to be able to solve a lot of problems. They do. I mean, just a lot of like of the parasites and different organisms and stuff are used to problem solve. So Phazon, X, Metroids, and the way the Metroids and the X counter each other. It's kind of a running thing with Metroid. Or was that Zelda? Let's see here. Jetstream says, sure. Something I've speculated about Prime 4 long last year is that Metroid may accidentally get sent back in time and become the very Metroid Prime from the first game, like the secret ending. Yes, that is a theory I've heard as well, because another thing that you'll notice, and I know you know this, especially if you're saying that theory, But the Metroid Prime had all these different like mandibles and stuff. These different like what do you call it? It just basically it was this creature that had like 6 members coming out of its head. The Lemorn, which are basically like the Luminoth or the Chozo of Metroid Prime 4, they look the exact same. Like they also have that same structure to their heads and skulls and stuff. So you're like, what's going on here? Are they connected to Metroid Prime? And so there are reasons to think maybe there's going to be some major connections, especially through time travel. Space Pirate Log. Metroid Dissection continues to provide more questions than answers. Our research teams have isolated the energy conduits that run from the invasive twin mandibles to the energy core in the creature's quadripartite nucleus. But the manner in which Metroid actually extracts the life force from its prey remains an utter mystery. The victim does not lose blood or any other vital fluids, and yet the Metroid extracts energy, identifying this energy as our central problem. It takes no physical form, and yet without it, the victim dies. We will continue to research this matter, as the isolation of this life-giving essence could be the key to our ascendance. That is something that they never really explain in the Metroid series, is Metroids will latch on to their victims and suck the, quote, life energy out of the victims, which then just makes them lose all color and become all stale. But, like, what is this life energy? We don't know. It's basically, like, the creature's soul of sorts. Studies of Metroid biology continue. Though with limited progress, it seems likely that we will be much more successful using the Metroids for our means rather than trying to reproduce their powers. If they could be adequately tamed, we could have no need of a proper understanding of their metabolism. A small force of disciplined Metroids could wipe out entire armies. And once we find a way to shield them from cold containment weapons, they will be invincible. Furthermore, if we could then harvest the energy they consumed, we would have near limitless source of power at our disposal. Yeah, so these guys are all about power and utilizing these Metroids. And the funny thing is, it was the same thing with Ravenbeak in Metroid Dread. He wanted to clone Metroids and then clone Samus to be the ultimate Metroid. Yeah. So, Metroid games are full of mad scientists. Always doing things, always experimenting. They have a knack of evolving, yeah. Let's see, hell, I wasn't even thinking of the Lemorn, strictly just the Metroid, because how the hell it gets into a Leviathan seed without an entrance. Yes, that is true too. And why the hell are there Metroids on planet Phase, which is ridiculously far off into the distance? There are Metroids on planet Phase in Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. So there are some things that don't make sense in the Prime 3 trilogy based on, you know, the origins of all the different creatures. And Prime 4 could do a lot to clear that up if they wanted to. Scutless says, the Prime games make the pirate hierarchy by introducing a vague high command that has authority over Ridley, and the series is already inconsistent about Mother Brain and Ridley being the leader. Yep. Okay, so we got that one. I don't know why I love the sound effect of Samus stepping on these things. It sounds so, like, authentic. You can break the energy tank container right now. No wait for power. Oh, dang it. I have to run back, though, right? Yeah, I have to go back. I'm heading back there in a second, so I could just do it when I head back. Because, yeah, I don't have the ice beam door, so they're going to make me go back up. Plot holes are just retcons you haven't made yet. Yeah. But I'm okay with it. They did such a good job of making this a rich story with all kinds of different factions and stuff. I feel like Metroid Prime 2 Echoes is where the storytelling reaches peak, because then you have Samus's motivation, the Galactic Federation's motivation, the Ing's motivation, Team Bravo's motivation, Dark Samus's motivation, uh, you know, Planet Phase and Phazon's motivation, the Space Pirates and what they're aspiring towards. You have so much going on, and it's really cool to see like how it all plays out, how like weird alliances are made, and yeah, I really like that stuff. All right, I guess we'll just keep their visor on for now. It's funny because in the remastered version, this visor is still kind of an eyesore. I don't know. I would have expected this to look a little bit better, but maybe it's just difficult with the I don't know what the filter they put on it. True, but they quote fixed between versions of Prime 1 lore. Yeah, for sure. Doesn't Dark Samus / Metroid Prime have a third eye like the Lemorne? Yes, you see that in the final conflict with with Dark Samus on Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, when she's just like overflowing with Phazon. Yes, and that is something I pointed out in one of my videos too. So there's a lot of connections here, and if Retro Studios is the same Retro Studios of years past, they care a lot about those details. So I'm really excited. I'm so excited. I can't wait to play this freaking game. Beep boop. Speaking of Ing, how did the Ingling become corrupted by Phazon on Phase? Which is which? An Ing or a Phase? Yeah, I asked that in my video too. That opens up a whole bunch of theories. Like, were the Ing brought over? Like, are they Phazon based? And were they brought over? I mean, they're definitely on Aether from the meteor's impact, like as a result of the meteor's impact. But did the rip in the dimension just expose the Ing, or did the Ing themselves actually come from Phase? Like, are they Phazon-based creatures? There's a lot of mystery and unanswered questions revolving around Prime 2. But honestly, I prefer it to stay that way, because to me that makes great sci-fi. Like, that's just like, you have to have a good amount of stuff that's just unknown and mysterious and is unsettling in a way. Like, you want that in sci-fi to really get the most out of it. Oof. So just a regular missile? God, I did not know it just took a regular missile. I was like, it's a super missile. I'm not going to bother. Don't have super missiles. Or do I have super missiles? Do I have super missiles? Do I have super missiles? Oh, geez, I have super missile. Even then, I should have been able to get it. Ah! I guess I'm just thrown off by how quickly I'm advancing through this game. Come on. Alright, I don't want to have to fight the Metroids if I don't have to. I always thought it was to show the Metroid membranes as eyes. That's a decent theory. Let's try it. I should have done this while the lights were on. Ah! Alright, whatever. It's one missile expansion. I don't need it. I saw a thing where at one point the Ing became a sparrow-like creature, but people would make fun of the design. If only they didn't mock Ing bird. Okay, well, I get the pun, but now I wonder if that's actually true. Was it supposed to become a sparrow? I like what they did with the whole black fog stuff. I think that was a lot cooler. Just boil it down to like tiny little atoms, basically. Okay. Okay. So we're going this way. It's funny because you have to use this visor a lot, but I don't want to. This visor is just, it's so unpleasant to look at. Is that right? I'm up to 97 viewers now? How'd that happen? What, did I just get rated or something? Thank you to everybody who's here. It'd be cool if we could get over 100. Everybody tuning in to some nerd just rambling about Metroid. Yeah, wait a minute. Is that right? Yeah, no, it says 82 on the screen. I don't know what it's talking about. Streamlabs is broken. The final Ing design is an interesting one. It's somehow in between a spider and a disembodied crawling hand. Yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and save real quick. I don't really know who the Ing is. I just saw an opportunity to make a pun and took it. Fair enough. Hamstarry says, Metroid hype is building to a boil. Let's go. Oh, I'm so ready, dude. I'm so ready. I mean, I guess I'm not technically ready because I got to get through these games on these streams first. But, man. Emotionally, spiritually, I'm ready. Give me Prime 4. This has been such a long time in the making, man. STR says start 6-man bench cut 3D Metroid, 2D Metroid. Oh, okay, hold on. I'll have to pay attention to this one. So we got 3D Metroid, 2D Metroid, 3D Zelda, 2D Zelda. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. STR, you're trying to get me to piss people off? Like, there is no way I make it out of this unscathed. Oh, man. I think you have to I think you have to start. Oh, I don't know. Start 3D Zelda. 6-man. I know it's sacrilegious to some, but I just love Metroid Prime so much. So, start 3D Zelda. 6-man is 3D Metroid. Bench 2D Metroid and freaking cut 2D Zelda? I don't know, dude. Like, that's so painful. How you gonna cut, like, Link's Awakening and Link to the Past, but, like, there is no right answer here. I don't like this. I don't like this. How would other people answer that? That's just pain. That's all that is. It's just pain. God. Because they're like all my favorite things. Like, that's not fair. I made a channel off of all those things. I don't want to cut any of them. Chat, what would you cut? Would you cut 2D 3D Zelda or 2D 3D Metroid? Like, which one would you cut? Ham says, Zeltroid, I've been playing Returnal PC recently with the Samus Power Armor mod. It's basically how I envisioned third-person 3D Metroid to move and shoot is so fluid in combat. Man, that's awesome, but that's like stuff when people say stuff like that, I'm like, why couldn't we have just got the, like third-person Metroid for the Nintendo 64? It like blows my mind that they were just like, yeah, no, it doesn't work with this console. It's like, really? Really? This could have worked. The 64 definitely could have handled a Metroid game. Cut Zelda entirely, says Jetstreams. Yikes. 2D Zelda, says Ham. Alright, I think we're about to take on Thardis. So, before I do that, let me go ahead and save. Yeah, I do got 98 people in here. My goodness. Who are all you people? We got like 12 people chatting and 86 people sleeping. But thank you to everybody who's in here hanging out. Appreciate you guys. It's tough. No, it's so tough. Okay, no, not scan. No, I can't see because I got my laptop in the way. So there we go. Super missile. Now, and visor. There we go. Once you fight Thardis, the ice shriek bats permanently despawn in the game. Are they were a rare enemy before then? Wait. And they were a rare enemy before then. Yeah, they're definitely one of the ones that are like the enemies that you don't want to miss on your 100% scan playthroughs. Which, I don't know, are honestly kind of I don't know. It makes me feel too anxious going through Metroid games when I have to scan absolutely everything. It's so tedious. It's all Alasia's alt accounts boosting the stream. She's just surrounded by phones as she's sleeping on her bed. There's not a version of an answer that doesn't piss people off, says Turd Ferguson. Yeah, they all should piss people off. All I know is STR is a monster for forming that question. An absolute madman. In my opinion, one of the tougher bosses in the game. Roman says, I am a Metroid shill. I predict ordered 2 copies of Prime 4, the art book, and amiibos. I'm hoping for a collector's edition. Can't wait for December. Yeah, you definitely went more all out than I did. I am not. I'm not spending like $40 on the amiibos. Because the other thing about amiibos is, like, oftentimes they, like for Dread, they were like, we'll give you an extra energy tank. I was like, I don't want to pay for the game to be easier. Like, I want the challenge, you know? So, yeah, I'm probably going to stay out for the amiibos. But any sort of, like, deluxe editions or anything like that, or if I get, like, an art book, that sort of thing, I'll probably get all that. What's crazy is I don't really have a ton of missiles for this fight. The Rock is roaring at us. How is The Rock doing this? Don't know. Just say phase on and roll with it. Yeah, exactly. Well, that was a funny thing about like phase on and the Ing is I mean, I guess it could make sense. Phazon is its own life form, so technically it could possess like any animate object because it is its own organic life form. But yeah, I remember a point where the Ing discovered that they could actually possess like machines and stuff, and there was like this big discovery for them in Metroid Prime 2. Mr. Defy says, crazy graphics. No way, visuals are on PS4 level. Well, this is the remastered version. It definitely looked a lot more rough when it was on the GameCube back in the day. I wouldn't say rough. The game was beautiful at the time it came out. But yeah, this definitely looks a lot better now that it's remastered. I would love a Figma action figure of the Viola suit with the bike. Yeah. When Thardis is in his morph ball mode, turn into your morph ball bomb and drop bombs close to him. It'll skip a whole damage phase. Really? Come here. Come here. Come here. Alright, well, whatever. Man, it's hard to see with this frickin' fog stuff going on. I'm not loving how they jacked up the prices of the amiibos, but do note these amiibos are more detailed. Yeah, no, they've gone up a lot. I just... Like, if I'm paying 40 bucks, like, I could just get a great game for 40 bucks, you know? There's a lot of games that sell for that price that are amazing quality, so... Come on, Samus. Oh, it's the big rock. It's the big rock. Come here. Okay, I'm really bad at your suggestion. Gosh dang, man. Did they, like, increase the fog in the remastered version? This is crazy. I can barely see this behemoth. Bomb while he's in ball. Everybody's telling me that. Man, that didn't work. Come on. I feel like the wave beam's the way to do it because it's a little bit more heat-seeking. You coming? Oh, no, don't heal. Don't heal. Don't heal. Are you trying to heal? Don't do that. Don't heal. Okay, you're not healing. Did they increase the fog? I haven't the foggiest idea, says Scutless. We have a lot of punny people in the chat. Okay. Very close at this point. There we go. Cool. Thanks for the help, guys, but apparently I couldn't successfully bomb him. STR says, I got it. Bench 3D Metroid, cut 2D Zelda, but switch all them around when needed like the Morris twins do. Yeah, there you go. Why can't Thardis crawl? I don't know. That's the extent of Metroid Prime's humor right there. It just exposes his phase on core faster is all. Yeah, no, for sure. I get you. I get you. I figured. Ah, spider ball. Oh my goodness, triple digits. We're up to 100 viewers. Thank you, everyone who's here. That's crazy. Y'all are really excited for Metroid Prime. I love to see it. We excited for Metroid Prime 4. Again, you could always watch the replays too, because I think, you know, there's going to be a lot of people. How the heck do I activate this thing? I think there's going to be a lot of people who want to play Metroid Prime 4, but are not going to be able to buy the games. Is it the R button? Oh, I could jump now. That's the bomb. Can I do it? Can I not do it there? Here, let's just do this. Nope. Nope. Is it L? There we go. All right, sorry guys. Cheers. Okay, so this is where I started, right? Yep, that's where I started. Okay. So it's L. Weird. I don't know if I like the feel of that. Yeah, but I think there's going to be a lot of people who just will not be able to play the games, but would like to be up to speed, you know, before Metroid Prime 4. So, you know, I'm going through these games and I'm explaining the lore of the games in detail as I go through it. So yeah, hopefully you guys find this enjoyable. Maybe even enjoyable enough to watch some of the replays. So we need a yo-yo morph ball upgrade for Prime 4. Basically a combo of grapple beam and morph ball. Not a bad idea. Okay, so this will take us back to Magmore Caverns. I know what that is. That is ice beam room up there, and we can't go there yet. So let's go ahead and go here. Sigurd with the $5. Thank you. Doesn't say a darn thing. Just drops $5 like a boss. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and heart that bad boy right there. Bam. Thank you very much. I appreciate the donation. Means a lot. Metroid fans supporting each other. Okay. I think this is probably the safe station. Yes. Okay. I hope Silux is challenging as a boss. Dark Samus wasn't difficult at all in Prime 2 or 3. Harder difficulties would suffice. Yeah, Roman, I speculated on my last trailer reaction that the game is actually going to be much harder. And the reason being is because not only is it like there's a lot of like intense like sequences with a lot of enemies on screen at one time and you know, a lot of fast-paced action from what I could tell. But when the enemies hit you in Metroid Prime 4, most of the time they're doing 30 to 35 units of health. And there's very few enemies in the game, in any of the original trilogy, that do that much damage. But basically every single enemy is doing about 30 to 35 health in Metroid Prime 4. So like that one sequence where Samus is taking on like the wolves, she gets hit in quick succession and like over half of her energy tank is just gone. And literally it was just like bam, bam. And it was just massive chunk gone. And I'm like, dude, I don't know if they were like, I doubt they were doing the trailers in hard mode. But, yeah, that gives me a reason to think they might have really ramped up the difficulty for Metroid Prime 4, which honestly I would not have a problem with. These games, generally speaking, are not very hard. And then every once in a while, you know, you get a freaking you get a Spider Guardian or, you know, for a mini boss from Metroid Prime 2 Echoes or a Boost Guardian from Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, and all of a sudden it's like really hard. But for the most part, these games aren't too bad. And even the developers, even some of the former Retro Studio developers, they admit, like, yeah, some of the boss fights were improperly balanced. Because, like, I don't see a universe where the Spider Guardian or the Boost Guardian should be much more difficult than Quadraxis, you know, or the Chica boss fight, but they are. Which is silly. Like, the main bosses, who are much bigger, much more daunting, they should be the hardest bosses, in my opinion. I actually probably will need you to do a playthrough of Prime 4 from you, because I don't have a Switch 2 and probably can't get one from a long time. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to stream... personally, I don't think I'm going to stream my first playthrough, because I really just want to be in the privacy of my own home and just truly get immersed in it. So hopefully people don't have a problem with that. I would like it for all of you guys to do that too. But immediately, as soon as I finish the game, which will probably be in a day or two, I am going to make I'll probably make like a first impressions video when I'm like a third or, you know, halfway through the game. And then I'll do a full-on review. and then I'll stream it for my second playthrough. That's how I plan on attacking it. But I don't know. It just kind of can kill the immersion when you're going through like a big hyped game on stream for the first time. And I would hope that you guys would be able to go through it, you know, yourselves for the first time. So I think that's my plan is, you know, right when I get it, play it for a few hours, do a first impressions review, complete the game, do a full review, and then stream my second playthrough. That's the plan. Hopefully that works for you guys, because I feel pretty strongly about it. I wonder if we will get Dread mode equivalent, I guess Prime mode, like a boss rush. Jetstream says, Silex was difficult in Hunters. He eats your health for his own. He had tactics around his ship too. Oh, let's do this. He had tactics around his ship too. His alt form is no joke either. Yes. Dial up to 11 and Prime 4 with new tricks. Yeah, I'm so excited to see what dealing with Silex is going to be like. Okay, I have the super missile now. Is it this one? I can't remember. One of these pillars has an artifact in the middle of it, but I can't remember if it's this one. Shut up. I'm gonna try one more shot from this other end. Okay, I don't think it's that one then. Nice. I understand that says STR. Chat, I got some hardcore Prime players in here. Where am I heading to next? So that'll take me to Talon Overworld West. Just run right through it. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, right here. Well, that can't be it. Surely that's not it. Yeah, no, that's not it. I don't know where the heck this pillar is. Scutless says, my memories are vague, but Trace gave me the most trouble on Hunters. You fight him under a time limit combined with his stealth, teleporting, sniping style control. Yeah, I have, like, every once in a while, like, I don't know what it's, like, what it is exactly. I get pain in, like, my wrist and stuff. Maybe, like, carpal tunnel sort of thing. And trying to, like, play that game with, like, the stylist and everything, and it's just, the game is genuinely uncomfortable. I do like Hunters, but it's uncomfortable to play. First time entering Magmore is where it's located. First time entering Magmore, so just keep going. ID Muster said you could also just record your playthrough alone, locked in, and that also gives you plenty of footage for any videos you want to make. Yeah. ID Muster, do you have your own channel that you work on? Because you think like a content creator, my man, and you should do stuff with that. That's my opinion. You're always thinking like a content creator, and I appreciate that. Do I want the missile? I want the missile. Frigate. Sorry, just coming through again. Coming through. I need to be getting some of these missiles. I feel like I'm going to be making a lot of boss fights and a lot of things more complicated than they need to be if I'm just passing up all these missile expansions. You need to go to the Chozo ruins and go up the spider ball track. Dude, Roman's got everything memorized. And as many times as I've been through this game, I'm still impressed. Oof. Chozo Ruins and go up the spider ball track to the room past the incinerator drone room to get the ice beam. Cool, cool. I'm not sure how much long... I don't know. It's hard to leave when I got 100 viewers here. I don't know. I should probably keep going for a little while. I'm like, yeah, maybe it'd be nice to go to bed, but I don't know. 100 people's 100 people. It's like leaving at a time where I have like a record high for me. I just don't feel like that's the smartest move, so I probably just have to stick it out. Phendrana Drifts, Talon Overworld, Chozo Ruins. Okay. Let's go Dishway. Yes. Yes, okay, cool. Prime 1 we remember on the back of our hands. Prime 2 on the other hand. Yeah. I just hope someone has a YouTube channel, and get footage for them. Consider building a PC soon, and maybe I'll learn how to edit as well. Nice. So you help people get footage and stuff. That's super cool. That'd be hilarious if ID Munster was like just endlessly insulting me, like saying mean things about me all the time. He's like my biggest hater in chat, and one day I was just like, you know what? I want to hire you. I want you to do some editing for me. That would be hilarious. Like, what a plot twist. I've been playing this game for so long, it's actually quite short, too, when you think about it. Yeah, no, I feel like with Metroid games in general, a lot of them aren't that long, but it's just like when you're playing Metroid for most of us, like, you don't really know where to go, and you're kind of just meandering and wandering for so much of your game time. And if you actually just knew where to go and did it, like, you know, the whole time, just, like, knew where you were going, you'd get through it so much faster. Is this not it either? I am wasting so many missiles. Alrighty then. Like, Dread was that way too. I think the first time I went through Dread, I beat it in like 13 hours. The first time I went through it. And now, like, I could take it out in like 3.5 or something like that. It doesn't take very long at all. Maybe even faster than that. Alright, sweet. STR says, oh my god, I almost had a heart attack. Someone just said if you apply Kobe Bryant's accolades, the only thing that counts, he's not even top 10. Wait, what? If you apply Kobe Bryant's accolades, the only thing that counts, he's not even top 10. Man, people be haters. Probably a LeBron fan. These young LeBron fans be saying wild stuff. Okay, where the frick? Metroid gameplay always is short, but Mercury Steam can make it a long first playthrough. I think I got 9 hours in Samus Returns. Okay. Well, I should have gone the other way, but whatever. Hey, what's up? What's up, little guy? Novella Princess, welcome in. How you doing? You are up late at this hour? This game is going at a reasonable pace. It's like a 4-hour game if you aren't fumbling around. Yeah, I tend to take my time, and because I just want to enjoy it. But also, I'm like horrible about directions, so there's that too. Like, my memory is just dog crap when it comes to how do I get there again, and then like run in circles like 8 times. I didn't like Samus Returns, says STR. It might be because I played AM2R first, yeah. G. Hines says, yo, love the vids, bro. Cool idea for a stream. Thanks, man. I'm glad you love them. And so many more to come. I was telling chat earlier, 2 days before Metroid Prime 4 drops, I'm also going to do the full story of the Metroid Prime Trilogy explained. I actually already have Metroid Prime 1 and Metroid Prime 2 on the channel. I'm very proud of those videos. So I just need to do Prime 3, and then I'm going to throw it all in a compilation and drop that 2 days before it drops. Oh, I see. So you're in a much different time zone. You said, I'm all right. How are you? It's only 11:19. It is much later than that for me. You must be on the West Coast then. Alrighty. So now, I forget where you said I needed to go. There's that area. That's the Wave Buster. I don't need that. Okay. I have the spider ball. Can I do this now? Shoot that. Shoot that. Shoot that. Me in Houston, says Alan. Not gonna lie, Alan, I kind of expected you to be somewhere on the ocean. Close to the ocean. Okay, there's that one. There's that one. Super missile? There we go. Climb, get artifact, head to Ice Beam. Thank you, Jetstream. The Prime experts are in here, baby. This is a nice thing about having more viewers, is there's more people who, like, there's a potentially larger pool of people who really know, like, how to advance through the game. I've done streams in the past where there's like 4 people. And I'm like, hey, does anybody in chat know anything? They're like, you're on your own, Johnny. Damn it. Best soundtrack, Prime 1, 2, or 3? I think Prime 1, probably. But it's hard because there's tracks I love from each of them. Prime 2's really good too. The Quadraxis fight is awesome. Torvus Bog is awesome. The Subterranean theme is awesome from Torvus Bog. Oh, this is the part of the game where we start seeing freaking annoying Chozo ghosts everywhere. 2 for battle, 3 for Elysia Planet. Yeah, Elysia's awesome. Skytown and all that. Beautiful. Love it. Oop. Controller dying. Oop. I love how even dead Chozos can be affected by Phazon. Like, the power on Phazon knows no bounds. Like, these dudes are dead. See here. Ninja Gaiden streams back in the day were like 3 people straight up at 2 a.m. Yeah, that was mostly for me. I did the Ninja Gaiden streams for me. Loved them. Love those games. You know what? Give me those missiles. That's what I need. This next shot should do it, I think. Not too long to charge up your Kamehameha. For 2, I only really remember Torvus Bog, Dark Samus, the Emperor Ing's theme. Prime 3, I only remember the themes for the fights with the 3 corrupted. But those are good, too. Those themes are really good. I did like Brio's theme too. That felt epic, you know, between like, you know, with this war-scorned planet and everything, you know, with all the scientists, you know, and all the what do you call it? I forget what they call them all. I haven't made my Prime 3 video yet, so I need a refresher on all that, but that is coming soon. Okay. So that, and now I guess I probably go back the other way. I would think this way. Roman says, I remember how creepy it was reading that pirate log that describes entities phasing in and out of reality, teasing the Chozo ghosts. Yeah. Sanctuary Fortress was amazing. Yes, Sanctuary Fortress is so good. Yeah, the music is just so special in this game. And it was crazy when I was first making when I first started writing scripts for my YouTube channels, that was just me and like a coffee shop for like hours on end, just with like Metroid Prime music like playing in my ears in my headphones. And man, that was some good memories of first building up my channels. Just Prime music, a good cup of coffee, my computer, and writing some scripts. Okay, so is it that way? Let's just start that way. That's actually, I think this is going to be like a missile expansion or something. Yeah, that's okay. I still want it. There we go. Need more missiles. LOL, Metroid music is great to put on to get into any sort of flow state. Yeah. And all of this, like, there's been times where I've, like, wanted to put Metroid music. I mean, it wouldn't be a big deal. I probably could, but, like, it's such chill vibes that I've wanted to make videos on Zelda and still use the Metroid music in the background. Which I know people do. It's probably not a big deal, but, like, I don't know. I always feel like I have to stick to each game's background music. Okay, and how do I get rid of this? Sufficient blast. Like, what kind of sufficient blast? Like that kind of sufficient blast? Like that kind of... Oh, sweet. Okay. It's like, please don't take a super missile because I have 4 missiles. X-Wing puts 1940s music in his PGA 2K25 streams. That's hilarious. Johnny used to be one of those coffee shop guys who was always working on their screenplay in public, except it was YouTube videos. Then he met Alicia and left that life behind. Yeah, that I became a man's man. No. I don't know. It's just you need a quiet place to work, and, you know, you're not going to do that at, like, a, you know, a loud bar. You're going to do that at, like, a coffee shop. Like... Also, where I grew up in California, it was a college town, and like coffee shops were everywhere, like absolutely everywhere. So that was just kind of something you did. Thank you to everybody who's hanging out in here tonight. If you're sleeping at the moment, I hope you're sleeping peacefully. Where are we going? Okay. So... to that room, I guess? Okay. Let's go find out. Need more missiles, man. Johnny, you got a favorite sandwich shops to eat? I don't know. You talking about like a chain or just a little? Why are you like in Cali, Alan, or something like that? No, you're in Houston. That's right. You said you're in Houston. Okay, so I have to go way up there for that. I don't know. I mean, I like Potbelly. It's really good, but as far as like little, I mean, I could give you some little like hole in the wall places in Cali if you were ever in Cali, you know. And in the right part of Cali. Cali's big too. Mexican food's my thing. I absolutely love Mexican food. Carne asada. If you go out to the central coast of California, though, what you really need to get yourself is a tri-tip sandwich. If you go ever to like, if you go to like San Luis Obispo County, Central Coast, get yourself a tri-tip sandwich from Firestone. Old San Luis Barbecue. Just tri-tip sandwiches in the Central Coast are like amazing. Some of you might even be hearing that and be like, what is tri-tip? It's a very specific beef. It's a very specific and tender part of the cow that a lot of places don't even use because it's so expensive. Like, and basically if you were to use that meat, that part of the cow, you're kind of sacrificing a lot of different other valuable meats off the cow, which is why tri-tip isn't more common. Like, you know, there's been many other parts of the countries where I've brought up tri-tip sandwiches, tri-tip meat, and they look at me like I'm an alien. Like, what are you even talking about? But yeah, that's what you want. All my sisters live in the Bay Area, moved there from Houston. Yeah. Yeah, if you can get your hands on a tri-tip sandwich, that'd be good. The Bay Area. I was in the... I'm trying to think. What were my favorite places to eat in the Bay? I screwed that up. Martell in the kitchen. Tacos. Yeah, that sounds good. Alright, we got all these baddies now. In the Bay Area, there's an amazing place to get breakfast called the Copper Skillet. That place is really good. Big portions, too. You get chicken fried steak there. Oh, it's so good. Gosh dang it, chat. It's like 1:30 a.m. and I am super hungry now. I know, Alan says I'm hungry now. I know. Okay. So another Chozo lore. What in this otherworldly pestilence that infests the land, seeking out life in its blind need for corruption? And where did the meteor that brought it originate? Was it crafted by alien hands? Or is it a roving chunk of a planet that suffered a violent end? Our minds quail in horror at the thought of that long ago. In some corner of the universe as yet unseen by our eyes, an entire planet was perhaps one coated with this great poison. Whatever cataclysm may have ruptured that doomed place must have been mighty indeed. And if other meteors from it spread through space, bearing this evil to the far corners of the universe, we hold fast to the hope that this is not so, that the only surviving remnants of this evil are here on Talon 4. Then, at least, there is hope for its eradication. Well, guys, you hoped in vain, because it is sending its Leviathan seeds out all over the place. I think Aether is being hit as we speak. Buc-ee's has amazing breakfast tacos. Buc-ee's is fun. Buc-ee's is just fun to go to just for like a little goodie. Yeah, Buc-ee's is tons of fun. It's been a long time since you streamed so late. I'm here for it. Yeah, for sure. Well, because I started the stream so late, so like, you know, I knew the wife was basically gonna be asleep pretty soon after I started. So I'm like, well, all right, well, if the whole family's sleeping anyway, might as well go a little bit later. I'd like to get back to a point where I, you know, stream a little bit later into the evening. But, you know, baby's still not even one yet, and I like to help out with the little one. So maybe when she's a little bit older, I'll start doing it more. Okay, a new Chozo lore entry has been downloaded to your logbook. Let's check this one out. To the Entrusted One, Samus. If you read these words, then our hope has not been in vain. Your path is fraught with danger, monstrosities beyond description lurk in the shadows, starving, hunting for prey, searching for ways to quench the poisonous urges that bloom in their brains. Some of these are shrewd, but they are blinded by their evil designs, believing in the black promise of the great poison. They seek to harness it for their own ends. It is these last that are the greatest danger. When you rid the universe of these creatures, you will be the true entrusted one. Got 3 of them here. I appreciate that, STR. I try. I try, dude. I try my best. Sometimes I'm not so great, but I try my best. None know if our temple, the cradle, will prove powerful enough to contain this evil forever. For now, it wraps around that abomination, cutting it off from the world above. However, we believe the power of Cipher, which has been produced by linking the 12 artifacts, should be strong enough. The fate of this world is now left to the one who will collect the artifacts in the future. The time when the entrusted one knows is approaching. They just keep talking about me. Many Chozo are gifted with distant sight, and even more begin to learn it as our harmonization with the universe becomes more and more complete. We peer forward, seeing prophecy in the ripples of the water, hearing rumors of coming days on the breath of the wind. Though we celebrate the distant sight, many of these visions are dark. The worst of the prophecies and the most common tells of a coming worm. This is a big one. Born from parasites, nurtured in a poison womb, the worm grows, devouring from within until the world begins to rot. Not all prophecies come to pass, but of course we cannot help but fear this dark portent. The worm is Metroid Prime. Basically, when they're talking about it being kept in a poison womb, it's talking about it being in the impact crater. The worm they talk about is the final boss that's been feeding on Phazon for years. That's something we talked about in the lore. How in the world did a Metroid come from Phazon? How did it get in the impact crater? All that stuff. There's a lot of mystery revolving around that. But Metroid Prime is essentially a massive Metroid that has been feeding on Phazon for years and years and years. Breath of the Wind. This confirms this is the same universe as Zelda, and the Rito evolved into the Chozo. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of what I was going for. Roman says, it's so strange that we never saw the orange Phazon that we see inside of the impact crater. Yeah, I think they just decided, like, not like retcon necessarily, but just like that it wasn't necessary or wasn't amounting to anything else. So they just kind of never mentioned it again. But it was crazy because it was like really an even more deadly form of Phazon, because I remember it does even more damage to Samus. Born from parasites. So did this faction of Chozo not know of Metroids? Well, they're talking about... oh, that's a good question, actually. Well, I hadn't even thought about that, Jestream. Like... I mean, they definitely seem like they're very disconnected from the Chozo who worked with, you know, or lived with Samus. So that would be my theory, is like they didn't know of that other branch of Chozos that created the Metroids. Things bound to earthly shapes are temporal and frail, existing in a single dimension. They are fragile, vulnerable, and ultimately mortal. However, not all things obey this law. Shapeless, they wait beyond the realm of perception, emerging only when one arrives who can feel their presence. Such is the will of the Chozo. Our will to defeat the evil seeping into this planet remains. We desire only to see the darkness meet its end. The will of the Chozo has no mind or reasoning of its own, though. This will be the entrusted one's trial. So it makes sense that they're talking about us a lot in this one because, yeah, we're about to interact with this Chozo statue, which sends us to several different very important locations in the game. Ham says, Talon 4 Chozo seem like hippies. Gosh dang it. seem like hippies of the Chozos. Yeah, no, for sure. Which is funny though, because they still like in a way, yes, but they still act like they have this like tremendous resolve and fighting spirit, which you wouldn't necessarily think of as a characteristic of like someone who's just like, you know, we're just chill, man. Like, but no, they definitely wanted more like peaceful, low-key lives. And of course, they went to the planet that ends up getting hit by a meteor that's got a parasite on it that basically it could be the end of everything. Just their luck. All right, so how do I get... Did I... Yeah, I did that one, right? Yeah, I did that one. Yeah. Okay. So this is a missile one. Let's go ahead and do that. Cool. ID Muster says 10 things the Federation doesn't want you to know about Metroids. You got to make your own channel, bro. Like with all these ideas and feedback and all that and title suggestions. Like that ID Muster video is waiting to happen. Talon 4. Oh yeah, I read that. Okay, so now we go up here. All right. I appreciate everybody being in here. We're up to 103 people. I don't like, this is not the way streams normally go, where it like gets later and later into the evening, and I just expect there to be less people here, and somehow there keeps being more. Okay. So, what did that open? Shoot, I kind of missed it. What did that open? Do I just need to do this again? Out of all the Prime games, ISB says this one is still my favorite. Oh, okay, yeah, I did it right. It just depends on my mood. I love this one so much, but I don't know. I do love 3 and 2 as well. Prime 4 has got a lot to live up to. That's all I gotta say. A lot to live up to. Okay, all these guys. All right, we are getting the ice beam. I hope Prime 4 lets us use missiles more frequently than Prime 3. Yeah. The funny thing is, like, yeah, missiles aren't terribly, aren't even really all that necessary for most of Prime 3 just because of, you know, the whatchamacallit mode. Hyper mode. Yeah, baby. Well, we did see the loads of missiles in the Prime 4 Beyond trailers. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. I hadn't even thought about that. Like, by the time Samus has got like 4 energy tanks, she's up to like 80 missiles. So I don't know. That is quite a bit. I mean, I'm up to like what, 7 energy tanks now? I'm up to 7 energy tanks, and I've only got 60 at the moment. Ice, baby. Of course, I've been kind of skipping a lot because I don't feel like I need them all that much. All right, I don't know. Do I want to go that way, or do I want to go that way? I guess let's start this way. ID Master says, well, based on the history of Johnny64/Zeltroid streams, triple digits is uncharted territory. Who knows what could happen even this late? Yeah, that was pretty cool. Talon Overworld South. I don't feel like I want to go this way because I'm pretty sure this takes me to the space frigate, which is submerged in water, and I don't have a gravity suit yet, so I really don't want to do that. Because I'm pretty sure you could, like, advance deep into it, and then it's like, oh, you can't go any further. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, you're going to make me go all the way back in this super slow mode submerged in water? It's brutal. But they do that. Ice beam, best beam, says ID Monster. The only thing I don't like about this ice beam is how, like, slow it is. Like, I don't know. I just wish the rate of fire was a little bit faster. Ugh, you guys are awesome hanging out with me this late. Over 100 people here. It's hard to believe. Chat, how many of those 103 people do you think are sleeping? I would guess 20 of them are sleeping. Imagine the director's room. Okay, guys, we need a concept for a missile. How about hyper mode? Let's use like a super missile, 4 missiles for an energy tank. Oh my god, Jenkins, this is perfect. Wave beam is the best. Alan says he's asleep. All right. Plasma beam is the best. Uh-oh. All sorts of beam arguments in the chat. See, but that's a good thing. That means we like a lot of them. We like all them beams. Okay. Man. Gosh dang it. Literally the other direction is what I said this was. Gosh dang it. I have 50 bots watching, says Office of Naval Intelligence. Okay, I don't want to fall here. Let's head back. Dang it. I was trying to go not in this direction. Ugh. Okay. Take you out. Take you out. So imagine, instead of elevators to get from location to location, you have a motorcycle and a big desert. It's gonna be awesome, guys. Don't be mad. I guess we'll find out. OG Prime let you freeze the missile off of Ice Troopers. So much cut content. Prime Remaster, yeah. I'm playing the 3DS Ocarina of Time for the first time while watching. Hell yeah, nice. That is time well spent. Interactive loading screens. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking. The question is, why is it necessary? I guess just because they really, 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 really wanted to show Samus on a motorcycle. I don't know. I don't know. It does. It, like, everywhere Samus goes, and basically every game she's in for the most part, it's very confined places. So it will feel weird in a Metroid Prime game to be in such an open space. Like, I'm not saying Samus shouldn't ever be in an open space, because especially for someone who, like, travels through space as much as she does, I don't know, maybe that seems a little bit silly, but, like, it's definitely not something we're used to, you know? And I think it's gonna feel weird. I genuinely think it's gonna feel weird. Nah, Nintendo is in that open world fad right now. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, what if we get a leather Zero Suit Samus on Viola? Oh, are you saying all will be forgiven? I wonder if there will be a bike boss for that fight with the sandworm Silex. Please no. Don't say Denzium. Don't say Denzium. Bendezium. Oh no, Bendezium. No! Oh, that's a power bomb. Frick. Okay, so I can't go there. Okay, can I go below? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, can I go below? Because if I can go below... Nope. Frick. So I can only return this way. Gosh dang it. Bikini ass on a bike. You guys are in a mood right now. I'm playing Prime 3 Corruption. I just defeated Omega Ridley. Hell yeah. I love that too. You guys got me going on in the background while you're playing your own games. I do that a lot too. Okay, so I can't go below. I guess I gotta go on the elevator again. What about that blue door actually? Where's that? Hold on. What's that blue door? What is that blue door? Zelda. Just call me Zelda straight up. You need to go back to Phendrana Drift's third Thardis area. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. In that case, go here. Back on the elevator. Magmore Caverns from Talon. Okay. Zero Suit Samus leans against the motorcycle as she wears a pair of shades. She grabs her shades and lowers them slightly. With this, you want a piece of me expression, says Skellis. Can we not? That's be so cringe. That's a missile expansion in that blue door. Yeah, all right, it's whatever. I said Zell. Autocorrect gives me a hard time. All right, well, it was just kind of funny. I thought you were just like, I'm just calling you Zelda now. Okay, so that's Talon Overworld East, which actually... so you said Magmore Caverns from Talon. Should I just go... So cringe, it just might work. But how is there a Magmore Caverns from Talon? I know the Magmore Caverns from Chozo Ruins. Listen, this guy knows his stuff. I'ma trust him. I'm going to Talon. Gonna jump down. Gotta do it. Homie knows his stuff. Oh, I forgot my battery's low too. Do I have the charger cable up here? That might determine the end of our stream, low-key. So take the elevator to Talon, cross the watermelon. Bro, you are getting absolutely owned by autocorrect. Take the elevator to Galon, cross the watermelon back to the ship area, go to Magmore. Oh my god, that's funny. Let's see here. Do you think Prime 2 and Prime 3 Remaster will be coming out for Prime 4? We were talking about that earlier, Eric. Not trying to, like, it's fine you're asking. I'm just saying I highly have my doubts. I hope so, but, like, the time to release them would have been earlier. The fact that they didn't give us Prime 2 Echoes on the GameCube, you know, when they revealed the GameCube titles, does give me a little bit of hope that maybe they're going to. But again, they're running out of time. Like, what are they going to give us, Prime 2 and Prime 3, and give us, like, 3 weeks to complete it? You know, like, I feel like the point to drop it, like, was this last Direct, and it didn't happen. So, If I had to bet money, I would say probably no. Fortunately, I'm not betting money, but that's what I do if I had to bet money. But I hope I'm wrong. God, I hope I'm wrong. I just feel like it's too hard. It's too much of an undertaking to remaster all those games in such a short period of time. Because apparently remastering Prime games is very, very hard according to former developers. Chat, clip that. Yeah, no, for sure. Royally screwed it up. Chozo Ruins. Chozo Ruins. Chozo Ruins. There's Magmore. Okay. Okay. Maybe they will shadow drop one of them in a Prime 4 Direct in November. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. But again, I'll take it. However we can get it and however much time we have, if they give it to us, that'd be awesome. But like for a newcomer, this is a game that would like these are games that would take a while to like get through for a newcomer, like to understand what's going on. And so, you know, to give people basically a month to finish Prime 2 and Prime 3 before Prime 4 would be madness. You know, you risk at that point you'd risk people getting burnt out on Prime before Prime 4 even drops. Oh, I gotta take the yeah, I gotta take this. Okay, man, yeah, I'm away. I didn't even know you could kill him with boost ball. That's amazing. Okay. Wait a minute. So Chozo, how do I even get there? Oh, is it just that one? We jumping across, boys. I was going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm away. I feel like I'm getting to a place where I could comfortably stop, where I would be pretty confident that next week, if I played for the same amount of time, we'd be beating this game. I feel like I'm at a pretty good stopping point for that. Scott List says they shadow drop Prime 2 and Prime 3 on the 1st of December and say that playing through them and seeing the story is literally essential to understanding Prime 4's story. Super out of touch Nintendo. That would be amazing. Okay, so where am I going now? Is it those rooms? I feel like it's those rooms. This is one of those times if I didn't receive help from chat, I'd just be meandering until they gave me the hint. Eric says, I would wait longer to get proper remasters and not just HD versions like Zelda. I know, dude, especially with how good this one looked. Okay, I think it's gotta be this way. Magmore Workstation? Workstation elevator to Phendrana. Jetstream, you're the man. Thank you, Jetstream. I am advancing through this game so much faster purely because of the existence of Jetstream. Just being like, go here, Johnny. I will admit, I was like super disappointed when I first went through the Magmore Caverns as a kid. And I guess I was like 12 years old at the time. When I first went through it, I was expecting a Kraid boss fight. I thought Magmore Caverns would have been the perfect place to fight a Kraid boss, you know? And it was funny because they were originally, like, the plan was to put them in the Phazon Mines. Obviously, I didn't know that at the time, but, you know, and then they did the Omega Pirate instead, but, yeah. I just always felt like Kraid and Magmore would have been sick. But I guess the original plan was to put Thardis as a lava rock monster in Magmore, which is kind of cool, but fighting Kraid here would have been way cooler. You shouldn't have. Yes, missed opportunity 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, for sure. Like, I get it. It's like, it's kind of Wait a minute. Brother, I don't have a power bomb. No. I don't have the power bomb. Jetstream! Alright, let's go back here and save, so at the very least I can get my health back. Wait, was that the wrong one? No, you said here. Just the transport tunnel? Is that what you meant? Yeah, go to Phendrana. Okay, my bad, my bad. All you guys in the chat are like, this moron here, who has the audacity to act like he's some Metroid expert, calls himself Zeltroid, while he doesn't know the freaking difference between the way to the Phazon Mines and Phendrana Drifts. This freaking noob. They call me Zeltroid. I was actually hoping that wasn't going to be a thing. That, you know, people would just call me Johnny and the channel is Zeltroid. And then people were like, you're Zeltroid. And I'm like, no, this is terrible. That sounds so lame. I was just like, how is the most obvious way people can know that my channel is about Metroid and Zelda? Zeltroid. I'm in the same boat. I get turned around in this game all the time. Yeah. Okay, so... Whoa, so many purple doors. Okay, so this... Never calling you Zeltroid. No, I don't want that. They do it anyway, but it's whatever. So this just connects to the research core. I'll just walk in a little bit so that fills out the map. There you go. My OCD kicking in. All right. So now we're making our way to the gravity suit. This is good. I'm excited to get the gravity suit. Too many Johnnies on YouTube, is there? Yeah, actually, even in the gaming sphere. Yeah, I've seen some Johnnies. All right, just call me Zeltroid, I guess. Okay. Oh, I forgot this crazy Metroid thing. Come on. And it's still that easy. Love it. Look at that one way up there. Did that not work? No? Huh. I think that's the one that needs to drop down for the missile expansion, but again, missile expansions are overrated, right, boys? I'm gonna take on the final boss with like 65 missiles. Hunter Metroid. Yeah, that's what they are. Hunter Metroids. I wouldn't even call you Zeltroid to annoy you. It's beneath both of us. Okay. Bros. It's 2 a.m. and I am so hungry right now. This is a problem. Oof. You can't drop that one until after the grapple beam. Ah, that's right. Equivalent to Leonard Nimoy writing a book title, I Am Not Spock, and years later writing a book titled I Am Spock. Yeah. The Walking Dead comics. I used to read the Walking Dead comics back when I was in the show too. And there was like this really iconic moment in the comic book where he says, like, where Rick Grimes says, "We are the Walking Dead." He's talking about, like, everybody who dies, basically, whether you've been bit or not, becomes a zombie. That's how it works in The Walking Dead. If you die, you become a zombie. So Rick Grimes says, you know, in the comic, there's like a really iconic panel where he goes, "We are the Walking Dead." And then Robert Kirkman ruined it later on when he was like, actually, Rick Grimes said, "We are not the Walking Dead." Like, it looked like the same shot and everything. It was like, really? Like, now he just says we are not. Like, this is so stupid. It was cool the first time, then you ruined it. Okay, so too many frickin' purple doors, man. Okay, well, I don't have the grapple beam. Can I make it anyway? Nope. Come on. Change the beam. There we go. Okay, I don't remember. I guess I'll just start over there. Can this kill me? Oh. Oh, what was that? The screen went dark and then it just like transported me somewhere else. That was trippy. That was wild. I've never seen that. Never tried that. Yeah, dude. I was ready to die. No. Stop sucking me. Pause. Where's this thing? Okay, there we go. If I ever get everything working and learn how to edit, I'm gonna have to make a video intro that says Zeltroid hosted by Johnny64. Alright, here we go, baby. Yes! Gravity suit! Now we move in. Oh. Oh, she looks so good. Samus always looks so good in purple. The gravity suit on Metroid Dread, that looks so good. That was sick. You know you love Metroid a lot when you always want to play the Metroid game you're not currently playing at the moment. Right now I'm playing Prime, I'm like, I want to play Dread. And then when I play Dread, I'm like, I want to play Prime. Alright, let's go that way. see, the lights on the suit for the Varia is a classic on the shoulders, but get remastered on Gravity, and it fills the lights with a blue streak. Ah, some of you guys you pay such close attention to that detail, to the details. It's funny. There's a Metroid channel, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, called That Metroid Guy, and that dude will just like. He will make so much content just like hyper obsessing over all the different like little suit designs and specifics and stuff. It's so funny. I click on so many of his videos like, huh, what's this gonna... Oh, another suit examination. He just loves the suits. I love the suits too, but like that dude really loves the suits. Okay, so basically did all that. Now I have to feel like I have to go back to my favorite part, which is the frigate underwater. I'm just glad that I got the gravity suit first, because that is like, oh my gosh, that is one of the worst horrible realizations in the game, is when you go through most of the frigate and then you get to that point where it's like, actually you can't advance any further because you don't have a gravity suit. God, I hate that. Okay, you guys are doing too much damage, okay? Knock it off. Oh no, Jetstream. That Metroid guy's Discord is... Oh, that's unfortunate. I feel like you guys are super chill. I'm really liking my chat and everything, but I don't know. I hear a lot of like nightmare stories about Metroid fandom and stuff, and I'm like, are we just like really like, I don't know. Are we an emotionally unstable group, guys? Like, what is it about us Metroid fans? Because even when I'm seeing like you guys seem to be handling it pretty well in chat, but some people are really mad about this bike thing. Some people are so mad. I will never buy a Metroid game ever again. It's like, whoa, bro. It's just a bike, my guy. Phantoms are toxic. Yeah, just being a fan of anything in general is just toxic. Phase on Mine's coming. Yes. Exciting. But is it Phase on Mines first, or is it the space frigate underwater? Can't remember. Martell in the kitchen says, can't speak for everyone, but I'm definitely emotionally unstable. Hey, you're self-aware though. Okay, so Phase on Mines, which was the way my dumbass was originally trying to go, right? So I go to Magmore, I think. No! I heard you the first time. Gosh dang it. Wait a minute. Nope, because it's in the dock. I was like, can I play handheld and keep the stream going? No. Where the heck is my charger cable? Viewers plummeting! Alright, let me go get the cable that's downstairs. Be right back, chat. Chair stream. Da-na-na-na. Okay. Yo, dog, watch my chair. Yeah, exactly. Man, I lost 3 viewers from that. Let's go here. Getting the whole streaming setup on all over again. It's all complicated. I remember theorizing about if Samus would turn into a Metroid in a future game, and people said I was crazy. Then Metroid Dread happened. Yeah, that's hilarious. Well, I remember there was also people calling Samus Metroid. What are you talking about? Press. What did I do? Are you trying to tell me? Oh, that's why. That's why. Button mapping. That's why. Because A is Y. Yeah, I remember people saying things like the same way people call Link Zelda, people call Samus Metroid. But now, technically, like, they're kind of correct. Also the daughter of a bird, so there's that. Yeah, pretty much. As a kid, I was too scared to play through the phase on mine, so I'd have my dad do it. That's awesome. That was my dad playing Metroid Dread. He was like too anxious and nervous, like, to do the Emmys, so he'd have me do it. Also, the name Zeltroid literally worked because I saw it and I was like, all right, I'm down with this. Yeah, no. When I changed my channel name from Johnny64 to Zeltroid, the rate of subscribers, like, for just basically doing not much of anything, like, it just increased. It just purely increased because I think more Metroid fans were like, and Zelda fans were like, okay, yeah, those are my 2 favorite things too. Let me sub. So yeah, definitely worked out. As much as people make fun of me for the name, I'm like, it's worth it. Like, there was definitely an uptick in subscribers after that. Wait a minute. You said phase on mines, and I thought I was going back here. Clearly, I'm not going back here because I don't have the power bomb. Arg, 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 arg. Honestly, I think I'm just going to get to a safe station here pretty soon, though. Call it and then just go from there on the next stream. And I think I'm far enough, like I said. I think I'm far enough to where I could beat it on the next playthrough. Give me another 5-hour stream or close to it. And, yeah, I think we can get it done. SCR says, LOL, Johnny64 is nostalgic for me. I remember when you were posting Super Mario 64 videos. Yeah, I know. There is a part of me that's sad that I've, like, kind of made the decision to just, like, I don't know, hyper focus on Metroid and Zelda, but I do feel like it was the best thing to, like, grow the channel. But yeah, like, because that was fun, the Super Mario 64 streams, because I'm actually, like, pretty good at that game. Not quite speedrunner, but, like, discount speedrunner. I remember somebody saying something about Hollow Knight earlier. If you're wanting to watch someone who does a ton of Hollow Knight content, you guys should check out my brother's channel. He's just getting rolling. His channel's called Full Metal Mikey, and he is posting Silk Song shorts all the time. He's been very on top of it. Dude is a crazy fan of and knows all the lore of Hollow Knight, Silk Song, all that stuff. The balls of Ravenbeak to call Samus his daughter, even though he just gave a bit of DNA to her 25 years ago. I know, that was like, I don't know. To me, that I thought it was cool at the moment, but now I look back on it like, bro, that's so silly. Like, it's like they wanted a Darth Vader moment for it, but it was just like really forced. How do I... Is it the monitor station? Does he have a YouTube channel? I thought he was just on Twitch. Yeah, he's on YouTube now, and he's posting shorts and stuff. Where's the nearest save station? Are we going all the way over there? Jetstream, where am I going? If you're still in here, I'd like to get to like wherever I'm supposed to go next, and then kind of have it be a leaving point. Then you might have told me, but I missed. Like my controller stopped working and everything. I kind of forgot. But yeah, it should just be Full Metal Mikey. Shouldn't really be hard to find. I think Jetstream left us. He told me to be a real fan and figure it out for myself. No power bomb, otherwise I'd be getting the ice spreader right there. Okay, am I supposed to... Is it Phendrana Drifts I'm going to next? No, I was just at Phendrana. Whatever, I just need to get to a save station, bros. Ham says, does he have a YouTube channel? I thought he was just on Twitch. Yeah, no. I mean, you're just repeating what he said. No, he does. It's called Full Metal Mikey. You're going to the frigate, but you can save the game at your ship along the way. Oh, okay. So that's Phendrana. That's Chozo. Well, then I should have gone back in that one, shouldn't I? In Talon Overworld. Yeah, let's go back. Sorry, guys. Somebody said phase on mines, and that I was like hell-bent on getting onto phase on mines, but I'm like, how do I do that now? And no, I was supposed to go to the frigate first. Whatever. Let's just go through lava. Samus will be fine. I am so lacking patience. I have to do the math on how many weeks I have from the release of Metroid Prime 4, because like this sounds really doable. Like December 4th, like sounds like it's a ways away, but like when you actually do the math of how many weeks I have, I'm like, I probably shouldn't. Like, I need to make sure I'm making a lot of ground up every time I'm playing a Metroid Prime game. Recommend Wave Buster first before Phase on Mines. Really? I like getting the Wave Buster, but is it really useful in the Phase on Mines? I've never seen a really good use of the Wave Buster, so if you've got something, it's kind of news to me. It's like decent when you're actually fighting Metroid Prime at the end of the game in its spider form. Cloaked drone can't be locked on, but Wave Buster auto aims. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that probably makes that fight so much easier. Oh, man, I never thought of that. Eric says, are you playing on Switch 2? Yes, sir. Playing on my Switch 2. Cloak drone dies to one super missile. You just gotta time your shot. Yeah. All right, guys. I do think this is a good stopping point, though. Right back at the ship, right where we started. Yeah, and then we'll pick it up and we'll go to the frigate from there, because the frigate's kind of slow going. And so, what is the consistency of Phazon? Is it like a fleshy goop or mercury? Is it like a stone? Um, from what I can tell, it looks like lava, basically, like just blue lava. Um, so yeah, I imagine some sort of consistency like that. My Switch 2 is playing Fortnite all the time, says Dobella Princess. All right, guys. So just went ahead and saved. Got our missiles and our ammo reloaded. So it's pretty late. I gotta get to bed because I know the baby's gonna be waking me up probably in a half hour after I get to bed. But this was a really, really fun stream. We made it quite a long ways. Thank you to everybody in the chat who was helpful and just enjoying some great Metroid discussions. When will be the next stream, says Eric. The next stream will be on Thursday, and it'll be 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the plan, at least. Maybe I'm running a little late. That's kind of a theme for me. But the aim is for 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that will be a continuation of the Legend of Zelda Master Quest. As far as this game stream will continue next Sunday. And I think I'm going to have to start doing these streams later, like, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, kind of similar starting time to when I started this one, just because now I've got my live streams for my members on my basketball channel. So, yeah, Sundays, Metroid nights. Thursdays, Zelda nights. That's kind of the plan. So, anyway, hope that makes sense to all y'all, but I appreciate you guys. This was so much fun chatting Metroid with you. I'm very much looking forward to getting through this, explaining the rest of the story to you, and then eventually enjoying Prime 4 together. You guys all have a wonderful night.